Okay, we're live.
Yeah.
We're live, Alexander. How are you?
I'm very well, extremely well. Can I just say to everybody who commented about my eye issues, they've now been sorted, and you might notice that I'm not drooping on the right eye anymore.
You're a
So
little
all is
blurry
well then.
today. You're a little fuzzy.
Oh,
It'll
am I a
clear
bit
up.
blurry? I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
it'll clear up. It'll
Yeah,
clear up.
clear up. Yeah, clear up.
Sometimes StreamYard does this. I don't know why it does it, but anyway, you will clear up, I'm sure. So welcome everybody to another Friday live stream wherever you are in the world. Thank you for taking time out on this Friday to join us. Welcome to our moderators. Thank you to our amazing, awesome moderators. Zariel, I caught Zariel in the chat early today. Zariel was one of the first ones in the chat. How are you doing, Zariel? Who else? Lady Cosmica is in the chat moderating. And I think those are... And Alan Watson, the great Alan Watson, is also with us.
Alan Watson.
Yes. All right. Great. And I'm sure more moderators will jump in. So let's get rolling, Alexander. Welcome, everybody watching us on Odyssey, on Rumble, on YouTube, and to our amazing locals community, the Duran.locals.com. We have a really, really good chat going on in locals. A lot of good information that's always shared in our locals community, Alexander. So, and we have a really, really active Telegram channel as well. Now we have a great Telegram community as well. So welcome to everyone that's following us on Telegram. All right, Alexander. We have the Belgorod helicopters, the Ukraine helicopters that flew under the radar, and they managed to successfully hit an oil depot. And we also had the two helicopters, some people say four, we know two, that tried to evacuate. Who knows who? We don't really know who they're trying to evacuate, but they really want to evacuate someone from the Azovstal steel factory, which is basically where the Azov guys are making their last stand. We have a very, very big impending battle that's about to take place in the cauldron of the Donbass. All the information that I'm getting is that this is going to be a very, very big battle that's going to take place. And what else do we have that's going on the ground? Ukraine is reporting, the Ukraine officials are reporting that they're taking some villages in and around Kherson, though I find this very strange because just the other day, the Ukraine officials, the same Ukraine officials were saying that Kherson is going to declare independence. So, I don't know what's going on there. I would suspect if they are taking any villages, these are probably villages that are uncontested by Russia. They're just probably villages where the Russian military isn't even active. And what else? What else is there? There's the mop up in Mariupol. British media is now saying that Mariupol is in control of the Russian military. So the mainstream media in the West is finally admitting that Mariupol is under the control of Russia. And of course, we have what's going to be the big topic of this live stream, which is the gas for rubles. Germany is saying they're not going to pay. France is saying they're not going to pay. Slovakia is saying they probably will pay. Bulgaria is starting to say they probably will pay. We are seeing the EU divided on this. And my guess would be that sooner or later, they're all going to pay because they don't really have much choice. Alexander, did I cover everything? Did I get it all there in the chat? Are there any other stories that we need to cover? Let me know in the chat if there's anything else that we need to cover, Alexander.
You got it pretty much all. Now, I mean, the attack on Belgorod is deeply humiliating and very embarrassing for the Russians. They will be extremely angry that they let this thing slip through. And I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of criticisms within Russia over it. But it's not something that's going to affect the course of the overall battle. Now, I'm as interested as you are in who is so important in Mariupol that the Ukrainians are prepared to sacrifice helicopters at this rate in order to try to get them out. And I just going to repeat some speculations, and they're only speculations that I've seen in some parts of the Runet, the Russian media, which is that they're Westerners. Now, I don't know that that is true. It may not be true, but it is interesting that somebody that important is apparently in Mariupol. That, as I said, some people were wanting to try to evacuate them. Now, my understanding about Mariupol is that most of the city, nearly all the city now, is in fact controlled by the Russians and by their allied troops, but that there is still this large grouping of Ukrainians at the Azovstal factory, and it is at the Azovstal factory, it was on the territory of the Azovstal factory that these helicopters were trying to land. About Donbass, as you absolutely rightly say, that is where the big battle is now going to happen. And these attempts, I'm going to make a guess that there are Ukrainian attempts to try to drive forward to Kherson. The purpose of those, it seems to me, and this is they tried a similar offensive in Kherson about a week ago, is to try to unblock the road to Mariupol. It's important to say that there's been a very large grouping of Ukrainian troops apparently in Mariupol, and apparently they've been urgently calling for steps to be taken to rescue them. And I suspect that these moves in Kherson and elsewhere have been attempts to try to break through, to try to rescue these fighters in Mariupol, in the Azovstal factory, before it finally is overwhelmed and defeated. So I suspect this is what that is all about. But anyway, that's the situation on the ground, as I understand it.
Kind of like Debaltsevo, you mean, Mariupol,
exactly,
right now,
exactly.
in where Debaltsevo had a lot of, from what we understand, a lot of NATO troops trapped in Debaltsevo, and that's when Merkel called Putin and said, we need to surrender. We need an agreement, because they were going to get annihilated.
Exactly. Now, I want to stress this is just rumor. I mean, you have no actual information one way or the other. But it is strange that there's been these desperate attempts to try and get these people out. And one wonders why they're so important and why they're so valuable as to get them out. And as I said, there are speculations that they are Westerners. I mean, how to say? It's essential to remember that the casualties, the deaths are mounting. I've seen some extremely distressing film now from Mariupol itself. Bodies of Ukrainian soldiers, Azov fighters. You know, one may have all kinds of feelings about their politics, but it's very, very distressing to see. So, you know, people are dying. They're dying every single day. And the longer it takes before an agreement is reached, the more people will die. There is going to be, as you correctly said, this climactic battle in Donbass soon, and we'll see what happens there. Now, for the rest, I think, as you correctly said, you know, we have the war and we can discuss the war, but for me, it is the economic attrition, this war of economic attrition, that is becoming the really important thing. We had that extraordinary press conference by the German and French ministers yesterday. They talked about economic blackmail, which I have to say I found a strange choice of words, given that presumably economic coercion is what sanctions are. And the West has been imposing sanctions on not just on Russia, but on every conceivable country that it disagrees with on a profligate scale over the last few years. So, I mean, you know, sanctions are presumably what we do. Blackmail is what happens when the same thing is done to us. I thought it's a very interesting use of words, actually. And secondly, there was lots of complaints about breaches of contract. Well, again, I mean, you know, if you're going to stop, just to give one example, if you're going to stop the supply of spare parts to the entire Russian Boeing and Airbus fleets, that's a breach of contract. I mean, so why suddenly worry about the sanctity of contracts? It seems, you know, sanctity of contracts is essential when we are exposed to the effect of it, but it's something that when we do it, well, that's entirely moral and appropriate. So I mean, I think I would make those observations. Like yourself, I think everybody is going to tumble before very long and is going to agree to do this thing. And I think we've now got a fairly clear picture of what this gas for rubles proposal is, and it's fairly clearly structured. So the idea is that if you are a European energy company that imports gas from Russia, and it's important to say, Germany, Italy, France, all these countries import gas from Russia, but it is the companies in these countries, the energy companies, that are the actual buyers and which agree the contracts with Gazprom. Anyway, those companies will continue to pay in euros to an account, but they will pay those euros into an account at Gazprom Bank. Gazprom Bank has those accounts are ruble accounts. So Gazprom Bank will convert those euros into rubles, pay them into that ruble account opened by those companies, and will then transfer the funds to Gazprom. Now, all of us, I'm sure, have done transfers from our countries to other countries. I've done transfers from Britain to Greece, for example. I transfer monies in pound sterlings from my accounts in Britain. The money reaches the account in Greece, at which point it's converted into euros by the bank, the receiving bank. So there's nothing unusual in this arrangement, nothing extraordinary in this arrangement. And if it is a breach of contract, it's the kind of variation of contracts that is routinely done in business operations. So it's not a massive, what one would call a fundamental breach of contract. So I think most of the companies, all of the companies, will go along with this. It does mean, and this is the important point to understand, that because the money that's paid to Gazprom will be coming out of ruble accounts held by these companies, that in legal terms, they will be paying for that gas in rubles, even if the only money they actually handle is euros. So it's a major step forward towards the internationalization of the ruble, but that's something that Western governments perhaps should have considered before, when they started taking steps like sanctioning Russia's central bank and freezing its accounts.
Yeah, but Russia now controls in this scheme. Russia controls all the transactions, so they have no risk like before.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no risk of confiscation. There's no risk of any. I mean, they control the whole loop.
Exactly. That's the fundamental point. Because if the Russians simply accepted euros, if the money was paid directly to Gazprom in euros, what does Gazprom do with those euros? Does it put them in accounts in Western banks where it can be seized in the future? Does it try and keep them in Russia where it can't get interest? Because remember, it can't receive interest on euros in a euro account in Russia. So it loses money. So, and of course, if you are trading in the currency of your enemy, let's say the European Union for this purpose is Russia's enemy, then that means that, of course, they're able to keep track on what your transactions are, because the transactions are happening in your currency and not in the euro currency, which means that the European Central Bank can keep an eye on what you're doing. So it means exactly what you say. It means that the Russians are now in control of the whole process. But again, I come back to what I said. It's something that Western governments ought to have thought about before they took that catastrophic decision a few weeks ago to sanction the Russian central bank in a way that, without consulting the US Federal Reserve Board, without consulting widely within the financial community without being told exactly what its implications would be.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the reason Germany and France are throwing such a fit about this is not because of the actual process to pay for the gas. They could easily open up, they probably already have accounts at Gazprom Bank. They could put their rubles in there. Gazprom Bank does the exchange, they deposit rubles back into that account, and the payment is made for the gas. It is not the process that they're upset about. It's the fact that Russia has made their sanctions meaningless.
Yes.
All the weeks and weeks of sanctions and the bravado and all the statements coming out of the EU and van der Leyen and from Biden that they're going to destroy Russia and the Russian economy is going to fold and it's going to collapse. With this one move, they've made all those sanctions, SWIFT, the seizing of Russia's foreign reserves, all of that stuff. They've made it completely useless. They've rendered it meaningless. That's what they're upset about. Russia has bruised their ego. Russia has made them look stupid and silly. And for this, they're going to lash out in a very, very big way, or try to lash out in a very, very big way against Russia.
Well, they're throwing a massive tantrum, and for the reason you said. I mean, I want to stress it's not all the sanctions. I mean, sanctions which led to
the important ones.
The financial sanctions, which are the key ones. The financial sanctions are being nullified in exactly the kind of way that you say, because and in a way that is actually disadvantageous to the West, because it is accelerating the internationalization of the ruble. I mean, it's not fully there yet, but at some point, Western companies which trade with Russia are going to have to hold rubles, because increasingly the Russian trade is going to go onto a ruble basis. I mean, that, it seems to me now, is clear. So that's I think the thing that we are seeing at the moment. That's why they're throwing this massive tantrum in exactly the way that you said. But if you make decisions like the decisions that they took, if you ignore the advice of your own experts, if you don't consult properly, if you freeze out the Federal Reserve Board, if you ignore what the European banks have been telling you, if you disregard the advice of the Wall Street banks, all of which they did, well, don't be surprised. I mean, apparently that decision to impose those sanctions on the Russian central bank was taken by a small group of staffers in the White House. The Federal Reserve was not consulted, and the European governments, when they were told it was going to happen, they just folded, even after they had previously said that they would not do it.
Yeah, the Tiger team in the White House that cooked up all of this, you mean?
Exactly, right? The Tiger team that cooked up all of this. I mean, I wonder to what extent any of them are experts in this field. I doubt that any of them are.
Well, Hunter Biden's an oil expert, isn't he?
Well, of course he is, exactly.
He was on the board of Burisma.
And Jake Sullivan is a financial genius. Yeah. I don't know who these people are, but I mean, the point I'm trying to say is they ignored the advice of the experts, and now they find themselves in the situation in which they are.
All right, so they're going to fold. They're going to buckle, and I think even Germany is going to buckle because they don't have a choice. They have no choice. Otherwise, Germany, the whole economy just collapses. And I don't think I'm exaggerating it either. The whole economy will collapse. All of it.
Absolutely. Well, the CEO of Germany's biggest chemical company has actually said as much. He said that if this happens, then he's going to have to close down the biggest plant, his company's biggest plant in Ludwigshafen. And he's talking about laying off 40,000 people. Now, is that where Germany wants to go? I mean, it seems inconceivable to me. I mean, there was talk yesterday or the day before yesterday of energy rationing. I mean, really? Is this again what you want to inflict on your own people? I come back to a point I made about 2 weeks ago. Or was it a week ago? I mean, it's time in this affair is becoming difficult to keep up with. But I said, historically, the function of governments is to make the lives of people better. Governments in the West have been working overtime to make lives worse.
Yeah. I think that Austria is also going to to not even bother making these bold statements that they're not going to pay rubles for gas, and they're just going to go along and do it as well.
Absolutely. Well, you see,
they've come out with statements as well, and they've said, let's open up the account, put our euros in there, have those euros converted, get our rubles, and pay for the gas, and be done with it.
Absolutely, be done with it. I mean, pragmatic thing to do. Absolutely, it's the pragmatic thing to do. But that's me very much pragmatism at any level, at any stage in this issue. I mean, massive resistance to serious negotiations. I mean, in fact, a complete failure to negotiate up to this point, and a sanctions war that has got completely out of control. And in the meantime, I mean, I just went onto the BBC before we did this program, and I read to you the biggest headline, the main headline on the BBC: unprecedented crisis of living standards in Britain, and people are now receiving the bills. Today's the 1st of April. They're receiving their energy bills. Many of them will be receiving their mortgage bills, their council, their tax bills. All of this is now piling in.
Yeah, these sanctions are not really targeted at Russia. They're targeted at us, people living in the EU and the US. And Biden's big announcement that he's going to tap into the petroleum reserves. He's going to drain all the reserves.
Well, essentially,
what a dumb move this guy.
This is a crazy thing to do. I mean, it's important to point out that that petroleum reserve was created, or at least in a big way, after the 1973 Arab oil embargo to protect the United States from anything like that ever happening again. The Russians have not imposed an oil embargo. No one has at the moment. And yet we are draining the reserves. And you can see the graphs on Zero Hedge. The way it's going.
US imposed an oil embargo.
Exactly. Well, but you think, well, the US imposed an oil embargo, but no embargo has been imposed on the US. But you see the way in which these reserves are being. There's a graph on Zero Hedge. It's astonishing. If this is, and of course, the only reason it's been done is in order to help the Democrats in the run up to the November midterms. I mean, so something that was created to safeguard the national security of the United States is being sacrificed, is being destroyed in order to help the Democrats in a difficult election, which it probably won't do, by the way. I mean, it's so nonsensical. It barely makes any kind of sense.
I don't even think it'll have an effect on prices, if you want my opinion. I'm reading a lot of analysis, and they're saying this isn't going to help, Joe. No, this is not going to help at all.
Well, the amount of oil that's been released, 1 million barrels a month, isn't going to be enough to make a big dent in the problems that are being created in the energy situation. I mean, OPEC is refusing to increase production. Now, I'm going to say that there are increasing suspicions that they're not increasing production because they can't. That in fact, the Saudis may have hit the limit already in the extent to which they can produce oil. I'm not in a position to discuss that. I'm not a geologist. I don't think anybody knows for sure. But the fact is they're not increasing production. There doesn't seem to be any intention from OPEC to increase production. And of course, from their point of view, they're getting an awful lot of money from these high oil prices. So this attempt to try to reduce prices through this device, it's not going to work. It's nowhere near enough given the amount of oil that is consumed around the world. It's already, I mean, I think oil is still trading at something like $113 a barrel. I mean, that's the last figure I saw, which was after this release was made. It's not going to make any difference to the underlying problem. All it's going to do is going to drain away the US's strategic reserve for no other purpose than to help the Democrats, apparently, in November, which it probably won't do either, by the way, and no doubt to buy time in the hope that something in Moscow happens, that somehow the situation there cracks. It's all pretty desperate.
I read an article, I forgot where, but they said that Russia is going to post record revenue from gas sales this year.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Like record, because of the price of gas and the fact that they're selling so much gas on the spot market.
Absolutely. I've
Very
also
expensive.
heard. I'm also hearing, by the way, that there was that freeze up of Russian oil in March, but apparently that's all ended, and they're making massive funds from oil sales. Now, I can't be certain of this. I mean, we'd have to get all the figures, but things are apparently happening on all sorts of levels. So their revenue streams are exploding, if this is all true.
And the ruble is the best performing currency for the for the month of March.
Yeah, no, well, quite.
How
Well,
are
I
those
mean,
sanctions working out, Joe
yeah, no, I
Biden?
know. I mean, we need to be a little bit, cynical about this because, of course, it fell and then it
Yeah,
rose
but
and all the
well,
rest. But
that's the
certainly,
point. That's the
that's the point.
point.
I mean,
Yeah,
exactly.
it didn't have an effect. That's the
They
point.
didn't have the effect they expected. What they thought was, and we discussed this when they did it, was economic shock and awe. Do these big sanctions, create a financial crisis in Russia. Do you remember all those pictures of this people lining up at the ATMs in Moscow and all of that sort of thing? Create a crisis, cause the ruble to plunge, 200, 400, 800, 1,000 rubles a dollar, all that kind of thing. And that will provoke a crisis. The oligarchs will move. That was why they were being sanctioned left, right, and center. All the oligarchs are having their yachts seized, their properties in Kensington seized, all those kind of things were going on. Provoke a political crisis in Moscow, force Putin out, and it didn't work out. And what they've got instead is an economic war of attrition, which they didn't gamble on. And here I'm going to make a quick observation, by the way. I mean, there's been endless media in the West, media stories about how the Russians are bogged down in Ukraine and how the war has not turned out in the way that the Russians anticipated. Now, we've done lots of programs deconstructing that narrative, but it's taking attention away from the real narrative, which was that the West went for economic shock and awe, and instead they find themselves in an economic war of attrition they hadn't prepared for and didn't expect. So it's they who are bogged down, and it is they who are increasingly suffering.
Well, the latest media reports, not from all of the mainstream media, but there's quite a few of the mainstream media outlets that are reporting that Russia is in full retreat.
Yeah, no.
Because of this Belgorod missile strike on this oil depot, and that Ukraine has now entered into Russian territory, and that Russia is in full retreat. Okay, all right. We were getting reports that Zelensky was going to be marching into Moscow last week, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's the narrative coming out. My question to you is: would Putin be making all of these moves? Gas for rubles. Medvedev came out with some statements hinting at what's going to be happening with food. Medvedev is talking tough these days. I mean, he's talking very tough, very hard line. I didn't expect this from Medvedev.
Yes.
Would Russia be making all of these moves if they were in full retreat and Zelensky was preparing to march into Moscow and claim victory on Red Square? And once again, I may be exaggerating it a little bit, but if you read some of the Western mainstream media, you will get that impression that Zelensky is preparing for his forces to march into Russia. And by the way, I think I read another poll real quick, Alexander, that 80%, maybe the chat will correct me if I'm wrong, of Ukrainians actually believe that they are winning the war, hands down winning it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
which is not a good thing. This is not a good thing to be this misleading. My opinion.
It's not a good thing.
And we have a special guest after you. There we go. Go ahead, Alexander.
I mean, they would. I mean, the Russians would not be acting in the way they were if they felt that they were losing, and in fact, they're not. I mean, I get all kinds of reports. I'm sure you do as well, from what's actually happening on the front lines, and they point a diametrically different picture. Can I just say the Belgorod episode is deeply humiliating to the Russians, immensely embarrassing for them, but it has no relevance to the actual outcome of the war itself.
Gonzalo,
welcome.
How's it going?
How are you? Are you safe? Is everything okay?
Yeah,
and then answer
I'm doing
Belgorod,
great.
and then weigh in on Belgorod and whether Russia is winning or losing.
No, the Belgorod thing. Well, thanks very much for having me on. I just saw the kind invitation, and I popped back in. I hope I'm not. Yeah, it's a pleasure as always to be talking to you guys. And yes, the Belgorod situation was very spectacular, but trivial in the scheme of things. I mean, I don't want to belittle the heroism, quite frankly, of the helicopter pilots, because I saw some footage of it, and it was remarkable how they were just really. It was treetop level. And that is extremely difficult to do. And so for them to have done it at nighttime like that, nerves of steel, okay?
Yeah.
It's spectacular, but it's a little bit like the Doolittle raids in World War II, where they attacked Japan after some heroic measures and all the rest of it. It's a good PR move, but it doesn't really change anything. And the situation on the ground is, it's clear, I've been, listening to Scott Ritter, and I can't wait to have you guys have him on because, I think he's an excellent analyst of the situation. And the concept of mobile warfare, of, the fact that it's not an issue of conquering territory, it's pinning down forces so that you can go through an orderly execution of your objectives. Listening to his analysis and seeing how the Russians are carrying out this maneuver warfare so brilliantly. And they're about to have this huge battle around Kramatorsk and these little villages. These are tiny little villages just to the south of Kramatorsk. When you look at the map, that seems to be the battle. And it seems like it's going to be something horribly fierce, which I think, unfortunately, will lead to the complete decimation of the Ukraine armed force, which I think will be a huge tragedy. But I don't see any other way out. But it's clear that the Russians are winning. But this attack on Belgorod gave the Ukrainian side and a lot of their cheerleaders in the West some hope. So I think that's basically it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that is exactly the right analysis, actually.
How do you think Russia will retaliate to this? Because it is an attack on Russian territory.
I think if they're smart,
can I just say something about this? There's even some talk in Britain that it was the Russians who staged it themselves in order to justify carrying out. And it's very bizarre.
No. This is before you answer, Gonzalo. This is actually an excellent point, Alexander, because I researched this. Up until this point, when we're doing this live, Russia has confirmed this attack on Belgorod, the successful attack from the Ukraine military on Belgorod. The Ukraine military still has not come out with a statement, which is interesting. Anyway,
it could be that the lines of communication between the different units of the Ukraine armed forces are so broken up that they actually don't know what happened. I would not be surprised if that were the case, because you see, we're seeing the battles, but we're not seeing the cyber war and the kind of relentless grinding attack that the Russians, insofar as the information spectrum is concerned, must be inflicting on the Ukrainians in terms of denying them the ability to communicate effectively and coordinate. And it could be that the local units here in the outskirts of Kharkov, because Belgorod I've been to Belgorod. It's just, it's a couple of hours away, if that. It could be that the local units here decided, let's go do this. And they just went ahead and did it. Nerves of steel, if I had been the commanding officer, I would have denied it because I would have thought that the risk to reward was too great. But they went ahead and did it. And, good on them. I don't think it's really an embarrassment on the Russians, because I saw video footage of witnesses, and they were so low that I don't think any radio system could have picked them up. They were deliberately at that altitude. That was so incredibly dangerous. And I would not be surprised if maybe one of their helicopters was just crashed into something, because it was, really something that in daylight you would be hesitant to do. if you're an experienced helicopter pilot, let alone at night. And so, yeah, I don't think it means anything. And for the Russians, for anybody to say, oh, this is a huge embarrassment to the Russians, no, this is a trivial incident in the scheme of things, in the overall war that is going on. I don't see it as a big deal, to tell you the truth.
All right, Gonzalo, what are your thoughts with the gas for rubles? I don't think, have you weighed in on this yet?
I did a little bit on Twitter until I got, so that everybody knows, I got blocked on Twitter for a week because it doesn't matter. I'm trying to get it rescinded, but we'll see what happens. But anyway, I did a short thread on that, and the thing is, see, I was going on what Olaf Scholz said, and it's clear that Olaf Scholz basically tells a lie. He had a meeting or a phone call. I do believe it was a phone call with Vladimir Putin, and he started saying that, oh no, they are going to accept the euros. And that's not the case. I mean, he lied, right? I mean, he made either that or he didn't understand the conversation, which would point to his stupidity. Yeah. But this is what I understand, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'll tell you what I think. As I understand it, anybody who wants to buy gas or wheat products, by the way, because it seems to be like a full spectrum commodity approach, which I think is very important because of the amount of wheat that the Kremlin now controls, and I'll get to that in a moment. But if they're insisting that you have to go to the Gazprom bank, you have to deposit your euros, Gazprom bank takes your euros, goes out into the market, buys rubles, and deposits those rubles into your account. So you are not buying rubles, Gazprom is buying rubles. And who's to say that Gazprom can say, well, we want to buy, rubles at 84 rubles, 90 rubles to the euro, right? But we only got 80. Tough noogies, you're going to have to eat that loss. You see, Gazprom there can simply control the exchange rate between the ruble and the euro, and presumably the dollar, and basically have the European economy by the short hairs, because they will, the Gazprom or whatever bank is running this. I mean, ultimately the Kremlin. They can control the exchange rate of the ruble, and they can break the euro whenever they want to. They can simply decide, oh, well, your euros, 1 euro will only buy you 1 ruble. And what are they going to say to that? And they need the food, because here's something else that people don't seem to realize. You have the largest wheat exporter in the world, Russia. The 4th largest wheat exporter in the world, Ukraine. You have Belarus, which is up there to, I think it's number 7. And you have Kazakhstan, which I had never known was a big wheat exporter or agro exporter, and it is. Those 4 account for 40% of the global wheat export market. And similar numbers insofar as barley, enormous numbers in the other agricultural and industrial commodities. I mean, forget about energy. So, all of a sudden, the Russians are in the driver's seat. And if I were in Europe, I would be scared out of my mind, because the Russians now control their currency. They can do whatever they want, whenever they want. And the Europeans have absolutely no leverage now. I think that this is a catastrophe for Europe. What do you think of this analysis?
I think you do. I think you're absolutely right. And by the way, I had completely missed the point about the fact that it is the Russians who ultimately, through this arrangement, control the conversion rate. It might actually make better commercial sense for European energy companies to buy the rubles themselves, rather than to have Gazprom Bank convert it for them. And that was a fact that I never, ever thought of, but you're absolutely right. Now, can I just say, first of all, about Olaf Scholz, I'm absolutely clear in my mind that he's dim, and that he didn't understand what Putin was telling him. I think he thought that, they would just go on paying euros to Gazprom Bank, and Gazprom Bank would hold the rubles, the euros in a euro account, and that there wasn't nothing more than that would happen. And that was why he went around telling everybody that was going to be the arrangement, when I think he's now discovered that it wasn't. There is no logic. This is a point I was explaining earlier, in the Russians holding euros in accounts, even in euro accounts in Russia. If they have a euro account in Russia, they can't pay interest in euros to that euro account, because the Russian financial system is based on rubles. With inflation taking off across Europe, that euro account without interest would simply lose value. So there's no logic in doing that, none whatsoever. And of course, if they hold euros, then that means that it's the Western powers, the European Central Bank, ultimately, but also ultimately the Commission, even the US ultimately, who would be able to keep track of Russian transactions, because they would be carried out in euros, in euro currency. Well, this arrangement ends that arrangement entirely. Now, I'm going to make a prediction. I think that over the next couple of weeks, there will be an awful lot of tantrums, an awful lot of anger. But I think that the idea of imposing energy rationing across Europe is a non-starter. And I think that you'll quietly see all the European companies quietly going ahead and opening those accounts with Gazprom Bank, because I don't really think that they have any choice. So that's where we've gone. And it's a massive step towards the internationalization of the ruble, the gas ruble. Soon it'll be the agro ruble, before long the raw oil ruble. Because bear in mind, the Western companies buying the gas may be giving Gazprom Bank euros, but those euros are converted into rubles when they go into their account with Gazprom Bank, and so the money that goes out of that account to Gazprom will be rubles. So in fact, and in reality, they are paying for the gas in rubles.
Yeah, there's the obvious problem because of all these sanctions. The Russians essentially cannot buy anything that is denominated in euros. All of the European companies have left. I mean, you need a currency, a particular currency, to buy a good or service that is denominated in that currency. So if you cut off all of Europe from Russia, you know, euros, you can light it on fire and start your cigarette with it. But other than that, it has no use. And so I think that the Europeans, they're just so stupid and arrogant. This entire leadership class that does not understand. They assume that they are the lords of the manor, and that everybody has to just simply bow to them. And they are getting a very stark lesson in realpolitik. And Vladimir Putin, I mean, whatever you might think of him on a moral level, that he's a dictator, that he's this, that, the other, the guy knows how to play the game. And he is playing it better than anyone has played it since, frankly, I can't remember the last time a leader has been able to flip everything around. I mean, this is total judo moves. You know what I mean? Literally, it's incredible.
I agree with that, and I think this is a case of a man who listens to advice, consults his experts, makes his decisions on that basis. Whereas, as we were discussing, Alex and I, just before you joined us, Gonzalo, the point was that the Western powers imposed their sanctions, either ignoring the advice the experts were giving them, or not even consulting the experts. So you were absolutely right about the fact that the Federal Reserve Board advised them not to disconnect Russia from SWIFT, but they went ahead and disconnected a whole lot of Russian banks from SWIFT. And of course, they didn't even consult the Federal Reserve Board about the sanctions against the Russian Central Bank, which were, in my opinion, it was incredibly foolish. So if you if you have amateurs making things up like that, they will go wrong. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that Putin is, somebody who understands all the intricacies of global finance and payment mechanisms and all those things, but he knows his limitations and he takes advice. It's, by the way, the opposite of what the US was saying yesterday. That that Putin is isolated in some kind of bubble and doesn't.
Where do they have the gall to come up with these blatant lies? Because see, they don't have any human intelligence in Russia. No. They don't have anybody who's telling them what's going on inside. So they're just making it up at this point. And it's just absurd at this point, because it's so obviously it's such blatant lies. And that's the thing I see across the board, an inability to see reality. and an arrogance. I mean, to pivot the conversation a little bit, did you guys see how the American Undersecretary of State was talking to the Pakistani ambassador and saying that, well, if you get rid of Imran Khan, we'll forgive you for your recent bad behavior. What the hell kind of arrogance is that? And they're blatantly saying that they want regime change in Pakistan. Holy cow.
I was just gonna comment on that. Pakistan, they're threatening India. They sent the guy Dalip Singh to India, and he brought a threat saying, "Don't you dare help Russia de-dollarize. Don't you dare help them, or else." That was pretty much his message. The EU is about to threaten China. All they're left with are threats. That's what they're left with at this moment. They tried to figure out how to get oil from Venezuela, how to do it through Saudi Arabia, how to do it through Iran. Every door they knocked on was closed. Now you have Biden dipping into the reserves, and you have them reduced to threats against India, against Pakistan, and against China. That's where they are right now.
And of course we had Olaf Scholz complaining angrily about economic blackmail by the Russians. When of course, that's exactly what we're doing all over the world.
Let me introduce you to the kettle. What the hell? I find it absurd, and what I find it most absurd of all, or no, tragic at this point, really, is you see all of these countries: Pakistan, India, China, certainly Russia. They are all of a sudden they're waking up from this illusion of the power of the West, and the West is all of a sudden discovering that it really is the emperor's new clothes, or worse yet, it's the pathetic little man behind the curtain pulling the levers of the enormous being that is just an illusion. That's just a little robotic figure. It's not real. And I think that that's the thing that everybody's sort of like waking up. It's like everybody was hypnotized. The great nations, India, China, Pakistan, and Japan too. Japan must be scared out of its mind at this point. They are all waking up to the fact that, oh my God, they are paper tigers. The Europeans and America are paper tigers. They have nuclear weapons, but they don't have any judgment. They don't have any common sense. They don't have any kind of statecraft. And on top of that, they're reduced to empty threats that only hurt them. I think it's the whole world is waking up to the fraud that is American power and European power.
I agree with it. I agree with it. I mean, I think, by the way, Japan must be having real doubts about where they were led to, because, of course, this is a country that is incredibly dependent on commodity imports. It's it's not self-sufficient in that respect at all, and this must be weighing on them very, very heavily. But they went down this road. They decided that they were going to support all these sanctions. It's really quite astonishing how all those decisions were made last month and in February without anybody thinking them through. I think you're right. I think this is. I just wanted to say I did a program yesterday for my channel, and I noticed that the Chinese foreign minister, the Chinese are always very careful in their choice of words. He said that the events that are happening now are the greatest in a century. Now, that's a pretty big claim. I mean, think what's happened in the last century. We've had the Second World War. We've had the Cold War. We've had the creation of the People's Republic. I mean, all of these kind of things. So, a century takes us back to the 1920s, and what happened in the 1920s was that it was the 1920s that the dollar began to replace pound sterling as the world's dominant currency. The full system of dollar hegemony, if you like, didn't really become established until after the Second World War. But already by the 1920s, it was clear that it was the Americans that were in the driving seat. And it did make me wonder, was that perhaps what Wang Yi was thinking about? He said that in a meeting with Lavrov, who will no doubt brief him about things. And, maybe that was what he had in mind.
I would completely agree with your analysis because they don't go out for a Sunday morning walk without thinking of 10 ways to Sunday, right? Well, sorry for the mixed metaphor, but you know what I mean. So if he's saying something that is obviously that untrue, because in 80 years ago, less than 80 years ago, we had the Second World War, which really redefined geopolitically everything. But if you're thinking in those terms, yes, I think that might have been the message. And I think that they are kind of like all with the knives out. All of the major economies outside of Europe are with the knives out and thinking, how are we going to play this to really stick it to the Americans once and for all? And the Americans don't seem to understand something. People in the US only focus on treasury debt, but people never think of the state debt, municipal debt, and what's known as agency debt. Agencies are the individual agencies of the federal government that can issue its own debt. It's not necessarily counted within the overall treasury debt, okay? So if you look at it in those terms, the United States is indebted to about 200% of GDP. This is catastrophic. If this were any other country, the IMF would have sat it down and given in an austerity program, and there'd be 25% unemployment. They could have done what they did to Greece, essentially. And so the crash that might happen now, this year, might be something that is unprecedented in financial history, because frankly, I can't recall of any major empire having a financial collapse as what the United States very conceivably might suffer in the next 12 months. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but I'm not talking hyperbolically. I'm talking, just looking at the situation. If all of a sudden nobody wants American debt, nobody wants American dollars, they're all clamoring for rubles to get a hold of commodities, and everybody's just exiting the dollar because what happens, it's a bank run. Once a few people start running, everybody runs because everybody loses faith. And you have to remember the treasury bonds, the market for American government debt, it's a bank. Okay, you are lending money to the American government, be it federal, state, local. And if you decide that you don't trust that bank that you've lent money to, you run and try to grab your money out. And when everybody does that at the same time, the bank inevitably crashes. And so I'm thinking, this could be it. This could be really it. And I know that the Federal Reserve has incredibly capable traders and economists. So I just want to know how the hell they plan on getting out of this hole, because this makes the 2008 crisis look like nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Well, indeed. And once you're talking about the 2008 crisis, I understand that some of the recession indicators across the world are now flashing recession on at least that kind of scale. Again, we've landed ourselves in an economic war of attrition that nobody seems to have been prepared for.
The only way out is escalation, I think, in their minds, because they don't have a reverse gear. They're not going to say, you know what, Ukraine it's over.
Yes,
it's a neutral buffer zone. We're gonna allow Russia to control it. It's done. Let's try to roll back whatever we can roll back and gain back whatever trust we've lost, if that's even possible now. I think once you lose trust when it comes to finances, you don't get it back. But let's just say they make an effort. They're not going to do it. So what worries me, what terrifies me, is that their only option is to go all in, to put the pedal to the metal and just go all in and
what would be the next step?
risk the big war, because that's all they've got left.
What's the next escalation step? Let's gameplay this. What's
NATO?
the next?
NATO in Ukraine.
No.
Inside Ukraine.
Economic.
Well, that's a very, very good question. I don't know, is the short answer.
I don't think there's anything meaningful, Gonzalo, Alexander, that they can do at this point.
No.
They can do little things, but I think they've done the shock and awe. They've done the big things.
Well, Josep Borrell said about 2 weeks ago that they've reached the limit of what they can do. So I presume that is right. In fact, what they're doing now is damaging themselves. Again, just before you joined us, Gonzalo, we were talking about Biden's decision to release oil from the US's strategic reserve. And I saw an absolutely terrifying graph on Zero Hedge, which showed that by the time this process is over, there will be very little oil left in that reserve. I mean, it is being drained, and it's not going to really have any big downward effect on energy prices. So why is he doing it? I mean, it's crazy, actually. I have to say, I share Alex's concerns, because on the one hand, these political leaders, Johnson, Biden, Scholz, Macron to a lesser degree, but Mario Draghi definitely in Italy, to the same degree as the others, have, and not to mention Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel and all those people, their political futures now hang on this. If they can't achieve what they can take to their people in the West and show that all this was, all this price, all this cost that we spent has achieved something. If they can't achieve that, then their political fates are doomed. I mean, they have no future politically, and they might even face even harsher social consequences. So they're not going to pull back. So what did they do? How did they advance?
Yeah. I actually think that's the least of the issues. I think we're looking at a potential collapse of Europe, because look, I mean, if you basically have antagonized somebody who supplies you with food and energy, and they can cut it off whenever they want to, and they want to, quite frankly. So I mean, the fact that they're allowing them to buy rubles, the Europeans should be thankful, instead of they're throwing tantrums. What if, Putin one day talks to his experts, figures out that they can sell all of their gas and energy commodities to China and East Asia with the various pipelines that they've built for precisely this purpose, and they can basically do all this without losing a dime. And so they say, something, let's just cut them off. Cut off the Europeans. No more food, no more energy. What's Europe going to do? Where are they going to go? Then nobody can replace the energy needs that they depend on from Russia. And here's something else too. This war is postponing the planting season in Ukraine. Okay, so we're going to have a wheat shortage, and this is going to have catastrophic effects of the Middle East, and this will drive more people to leave the Middle East as migrants and make the journey to Europe. So Europe is about to suffer, a food shortage crisis, a currency crisis, and on top of that, a migration crisis. It's being overwhelmed. I mean, this is hybrid war, I understand, but it's still shocking to realize that this is all happening in our lifetimes, and it's so fast. If you and I and Alex, we've been talking about this, like say in December, we would have been laughed out of the room. Come on, I mean. Would anybody say, oh yeah, the ruble dropped 60% of its value and then rebounded in less than 3 weeks to its pre-war levels, pre-sanctions levels? We would have said, come on, what drug are you taking? I mean, that's absurd. And here we are, all of this is just incredible. I'm sorry for ranting about this, but I need to express my amazement at this world historical event that is going on all around us. I find it remarkable.
I agree, Gonzalo. I think you're right. Europe is going to collapse real quick. Alexander Gonzalo, London Metal Exchange suspends Russian lead, aluminum, and copper imports to UK warehouses. They just keep on shooting themselves in the foot.
Well, I know.
Why?
Europe is going to collapse, but don't you guys think that the US can save itself if it turns in on itself? It just worries about its domestic needs, retreats from its massive foreign footprint, and hands over Biden to the angry crowds as the fall guy. That could be the way that the U.S. can get out of this mess. Europe, I think, is absolutely completely screwed. I don't think there's a way out for Europe. But the U.S., I think there is an off-ramp, but it's going to greatly be diminished as the world power, or even as a world power.
Well, I'm going to correct that. I say that it'll be liberated from its position, from this impossible burden that it's been carrying as a global power. And can I just, or rather, as not just a global power, because it would remain a global power, but as this power that aspires to be the ruler and controller of everything, which is an impossible burden that has been weighing on the American people and on the American economy. Yes, the US can fully break its chains, these chains it's forged on itself, and be free, and boom. But it has to make those kind of decisions. Is the American political class ready to make those decisions? I don't think so. Can I, before we proceed, now I just want to read something from the Financial Times, which goes directly to what we've been discussing. Now, the Financial Times is neocon central in terms of political commentary in Britain. But of course, it's also a business newspaper. So it has to report things, business news, accurately, because business people need accurate information. So this is what it says. And I'm reading directly from the Financial Times. Sanctions have bolstered one of the traditional strong points of Russia's economy, its trade surplus. Soaring energy prices, coupled with a sharp drop in imports, have created a very strong balance of trade and a huge excess of currency on the trade balance. And then we go on to see Russia has the strongest terms of trade since peak oil in 2008. So even if Russia ships less oil now due to Western sanctions, Russia still gets a lot of hard currency inflows. Russia's current account could probably reach $200 to $250 billion in 2022 from about $120 billion in 2021 due to a collapse of imports combined with strong commodity exports. These revenues mean that Russia could rebuild its central bank reserves, which were frozen under sanctions, in the space of just over a year.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah. I mean, it's what happened was that, of course, the people who pulled the trigger on sanctions didn't understand what sanctions were good for, or the limitations of sanctions, or the proper target of sanctions. An economy like Russia's is too big for sanctions to actually work, and the Western dependence on Russia and commodities ensured that it would come out, that it would hurt the European and American economies, and anybody with any kind of rationality would have realized this. But it's look, Alex, you were saying about, what if they give up, Biden as a sacrificial lamb and just, get it over with, right? It's a problem of American mentality, because the arrogance of the American leadership class has been built into them for too long, and so they do not have the humility to understand when they have a weak hand. They have been raised since their childhood to believe that America, number one, America's the strongest, we can do whatever we want, and other people have to dance to our tune. And all of a sudden they're realizing, the rest of the world has realized, no, we don't have to dance to the Americans' tune, and we're not going to. And the American leadership class, not just the people who are currently in charge, but also the second and third and fourth echelons coming behind them, they have this arrogant mentality. They do not understand this. Perhaps the only politician who would sort of understand this is Tulsi Gabbard, whom I've always had my suspicions about, to tell you the truth, but that's for another conversation. But beside her, all of the politicians in America have this arrogant attitude that they can do whatever they want with the rest of the world, and the rest of the world has to take it. They do not know how to compromise with the rest of the world. And therefore, even if you get rid of the Biden administration and Kamala Harris and her whole idiocy, right, and you brought in fresh people, we're going to have the same problem. You do not see any leader in America that can actually think coherently, rationally, come to compromises, walk back stupid policies, and try to shore up the American position. It seems to me that we just have to watch America just fall and smash to pieces and go through a quasi-revolution before these pieces are assembled once again. That's how it seems to me at this time.
I'm afraid you're right about the American political class. I've been looking at them and following them, I don't really see any light there at all. There are people on the Republican side, some people on the Republican side who I think have some understanding of events, but they're still very isolated, especially in Congress, especially in the Senate, in the senatorial leadership. And I don't think there's any proper understanding of what needs to be done in this situation. I think the Federal Reserve Board understands how precarious the position is becoming. I think the Wall Street banks probably do. I think there's lots of people in American industry who do. I think there's people in American legal world, people who work in factories, they have that sense. But the core leadership of the United States, isolated in Washington, behind the Beltway, I just don't think they understand that they are walking, as we say in England, on extremely thin ice, and that ice is thinning underneath them all the time. Going back to that Financial Times piece that I was just discussing, just unpack what it means. So the Russians are going to see a current account surplus in foreign currency of $250 billion this year, more than double what they got last year. Their imports have been limited because of what's happened. There's going to be a major fall in their import bill. So what are they going to do with all that money? It's very simple. They're going to convert it into rubles. So are you surprised the ruble is strengthening?
No, not at all. Not at all. And here's something else. We should recall the Economist's famous Big Mac index. For those of you who don't know, it seems ridiculous, but the Economist has gone around the world clocking in what's the price of a Big Mac meal at every McDonald's in all the major cities of the world to figure out the how overvalued or undervalued a currency is. The ruble was the lowest valued of them all, and the Economist calculated that it was undervalued by 70%. It was valued at 1/3 its actual value. And so by that logic, irrespective of any kind of inflation of the euro, you're saying basically it means that the ruble should be trading at about 35 rubles to the euro, not at what is it now, 95 or 100? I haven't checked, to tell the truth.
Yeah, no, I haven't checked. Around 85.
I'm sorry, 80. Yeah,
no,
like
the dollar.
To the euro, I don't know.
To the dollar, to the euro, I'm not sure. Can I just say, actually, this was explained to me years ago by a Russian businessman who was a treasury official, not in the Russian government, but in one of the big Russian companies. He was working their treasury office. Companies have treasury offices like governments do. And he said the biggest single point of pressure that the West imposed on Russia, the most effective sanctions of all, was Russia's impossibly low credit rating. I mean, the big credit rating agencies gave incredibly low valuations to Russia. It was only just above investment grade. Now that meant that everything in Russia was underpriced. The value of their companies, the size of their stock markets, everything. And the reason that was done was basically to deter investors, Western investors, in which it was completely successful, because that was what this person had to do. So he found it very, very difficult to attract foreign investment from the West, because foreign investors, the big institutional investors, are obliged under their company articles to do their investments on the basis of credit ratings. And because Russia's credit ratings were always so bad, despite the country running a massive budget surplus, a massive trade surplus, having massive reserves, very low debt, all of those things, because of all of that, everything in Russia was by multiples undervalued. That's why Gazprom, for example, is, in its terms of its overall valuation, such a small company compared to things like Apple or whatever, even though in terms of its actual operations, it is huge.
Yeah, it's a real company. That's something else too.
No, absolutely. Well, absolutely, yeah. But I mean, it has, however, created a very distorted picture right across, even I think, in the White House, about the scale of how of the sheer scale under which the Russian economy operates.
That's exactly the point I wanted to say, because you know, precisely with your argument, if you stretch it out, you realize that it's not just companies that are undervalued. The entire Russian economy is undervalued.
Yes.
And this nonsense that it's an economy the size of Italy's. No, if you go to purchasing power parity, it's the size of Germany. And if you eliminate this you know, the destructiveness of having a triple B rating or whatever it was that kept it from being investment grade, and you allow it to inflate like the Western economies, or deflate the Western economies to make it, you know, something more realistic, which is what the Russian economy was. All of a sudden, you realize that the Russian economy is bigger than any of the European economies, and comes awfully close to being, you know, a good chunk of the size of the overall EU-sized economy. And so it's a big player. And so the Americans and Europeans think that Russia is stuck in 1994. That's the problem. They don't understand that the 90s were nearly 30 years ago. And we are with a dynamic leader who it's clear to me, because I live in Ukraine. And to my Ukrainian listeners, I don't mean to offend you, but you know what I'm about to say is true. Ukraine is a corrupt shithole. And it is this because the Westerners constantly favored the oligarchs to keep it corrupt, so that the politicians, the Western politicians, could indulge in their own corruption. I mean, you know, Hunter Biden, Pelosi's kid, you know, John Kerry's kid, all these other, you know, morons who are feasting at the trough of Ukraine. Ukraine has been kept corrupt deliberately by Western moneyed interests. And that's why it is the poorest nation in Europe. Whereas Russia, like it or not, Vladimir Putin was able to arm wrestle and eventually dispose of most of the oligarchs, and has been able to re-energize and make it more dynamic. Had it not been for Putin, Russia would be Ukraine. And I think that that's why people in the West are so pissed off, because Russia is not Ukraine. Russia is a nascent world power, and they can't stomach that.
No.
It's 92 rubles to the euro, by the way.
Right. Okay.
Really?
92.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other comments?
By the way,
yeah,
I have one random comment. You touched upon it on your video yesterday, Alex. What's up with the French and Mariupol? I want to know about that.
You mean Macron calling Putin?
Freaking out is more like it.
What's going on? This is what I'm hearing. It's completely not confirmed. No one knows who's in Mariupol. No one knows why Ukraine is so obsessed with getting helicopters in there and getting certain people out of there. No one knows. Obviously, there are people that are probably telling the Ukraine military to get some people out of there, outside forces. I doubt that if these were just everyday Ukraine commanders or Ukraine leaders in the military, that they would be sending helicopter after helicopter in there. I've heard counts of 4, 6, 8 helicopters have been trying to make their way in there.
Yeah.
No one knows who it is. What my guess is that it's something similar to what we saw in 2015 during the war between Ukraine and Donbass, which is what happened in Debaltsevo, where you have the Ukraine military fighting side by side with NATO guys, foreign fighters. They got surrounded in Debaltsevo. They got stuck in a cauldron. They were about to get annihilated. Angela Merkel and Hollande, they called Putin. They said, we need to work out a peace right away. And Putin obliged to it. And that's how they came up with Minsk. I think you may have something similar cooking up there. But in this instance, you probably have Macron calling Putin and saying, look, I got some guys stuck in here. I need to get them out. I don't know. And that is just a complete guess on my part, everybody, with some chatter that I'm hearing. But
I think it's bigger. I think it's bigger.
Yeah.
I think it's bigger. I don't think it's some special forces guys. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just wanted to quickly say that I've heard the same sort of rumors. I didn't know about the French angle, but I have heard rumors that the people that they're trying to extricate from Mariupol are Westerners, and perhaps important Westerners. But I want to stress again, this is rumors. There's no independent corroboration.
No, I mean, something's going on there, but I actually don't think that. I mean, and again, this is pure speculation, but I don't think it's actually soldiers. I think there's something there, that they have something, like perhaps documentation, something, because it doesn't seem logical to expend that much effort to extract some British or French special forces. And frankly, I mean, Alexander, you would be the one to ask this question. Suppose they were active duty British special forces officers or non-commissioned officers, as the case may be, or French NCOs or commissioned officers. What would the diplomatic reaction be? I mean, how would this play out in terms of NATO, in terms of, aggression by French active duty troops and British active duty troops against Russian forces? I mean, what would be the implications politically and diplomatically?
Right. I mean, if these are active duty serving soldiers in the British and French armies, those are NATO soldiers fighting Russia. Now, Joe Biden right at the beginning said if Western troops fight Russia in places like Mariupol, well, in anywhere in Ukraine, in fact, then that's World War III. So, I mean, it would be a massive thing if it were proved to be the case. And by the way, in Britain, it would have very, very big effect. I think people in Britain would be very alarmed if they discovered, that there were British troops actually fighting along Ukraine on the front lines with the Russians, and especially if those troops were captured or killed by the Russian military in a place like Mariupol. I think that would be a shock. It would be by far the biggest story. There might even be some stirrings in the media and in Parliament about it, but I think in the country there would be a great deal of alarm. And of course, in France, where there's an election coming, where the polls are tightening. The very last opinion poll that I saw suggested that Macron would only just win in the second round against Le Pen. I mean, I think if these were French personnel in Mariupol, French being far more skeptical about this war from the outset, well, I think the reaction there would be very, very much stronger even than in Britain. So it would be enormous. It would be huge. I would say it would be so huge that I just ask myself whether it's possible, and whether the people who are in Mariupol, assuming that there are Westerners there, are not active duty people, but former SAS or former French troops, who are there on some kind of contract basis. It would still be a big thing, and it would still have a very, very big effect on public opinion, both in France and in Britain. And of course, it would inevitably lead to questions about what the governments in those two countries knew.
In the New York Times, actually, some eagle-eyed observers noted that there were some pictures posted in the New York Times of fighting in Ukraine, and very intimate, kind of like wartime photography. And it was very clear that one of the men had a Union Jack patch on his left arm. And it was obvious, right? And I have never heard of any soldier in active duty combat putting on the flag of some random foreign nation. I mean, they don't do that.
No, I'm sure he's a British person who's gone there. Now, the question is this: is he gone there in his own capacity by himself? Well, the British government isn't responsible for that. Or has he been sent there by the British authorities? If it's the second, then, as I said, it's a very, very big thing. If he's active duty British Army or British military, which, I hope he's not, to be straightforward about it. I mean, that is a crisis, and that's a crisis in Britain. If he's somebody sent there as under some kind of contract, who is a former British serving soldier. Well, it's not quite such a big crisis, but it's still a crisis, and it would provoke a lot of concern in Britain. Bear in mind, the places where the British military recruits are very concentrated. I mean, you don't get many people from London who enlist in the British Army, to say it straightforwardly. They tend to recruit in the the small towns and villages in North England. These are places where people talk to each other. They meet in bars and pubs and things. I mean, it would fly around, and if people found out there that their soldiers, that their people had been sent to fight in Ukraine against the Russians, it would have a very, very bad effect, I suspect. And these are places which are essential for the Conservatives if they're going to keep power.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that Putin.
Go ahead,
Gonzalo.
No, you please.
No, my question to you guys is: don't you imagine that Putin and the Russians would also be very hesitant about uncovering NATO fighters in Ukraine? Wouldn't they also say these are mercenaries? Because they're probably also saying, we don't need a NATO-Russia war either. So let's, even if we find NATO, UK or
cover
French
it up.
military, we'll agree and we'll cover it up. Yeah, because we don't.
I think that was certainly true in 2015 at the debates, during the debates of a battle. I think at that point the Russians probably said to themselves, we just do not want an even bigger crisis than the one we already have in Ukraine with the West. So that's why we will do this deal, the Minsk deal, with Angela Merkel to extract all those people and save them from disaster. So I think that was probably the calculus in 2015. I have to be honest, I am not sure it's the calculus to the same extent today.
Actually, I would agree with you. I would agree. I withdraw what I said previously. I said that they would cover it up, but thinking about it a little bit and realizing that on a military level, the UK is inconsequential to the Russians. Even NATO at this point is inconsequential to the Russians. I would say, the Russians would bring it out and air it out and cause as much political hay. I mean, make as much political hay out of this as they possibly could, because there's no downside to them. And the gloves are off. Masks are off. It's a war. It's a war between the West and Russia. The West and Russia, China, and India, that they are on their own pushing into this. So I think that they would just bring it out as just another front in this war, and just humiliate the Brits. Yes.
I have to make one quick observation. I mean, the Russians would have to handle this very carefully. And I mean, I'm talking about Britain. I mean, I want to stress again, I don't know that there are any British people in Mariupol. So this is all a bit speculative. But let's assume there are. Let's assume they're ex-British Army. Let's assume there's quite a lot of them. Let's assume they're all captured. It's one thing for the Russians to publicize the fact. What they must be very careful not to do in that situation, obviously, is do anything that could be construed in Britain as the Russians humiliating British prisoners, because that could actually have an alternative effect. But I'm not sure that the British would, the Russians this time, would be willing to cover it up in the same way.
I agree.
I think that from their point of view, as Gonzalo said, the gloves are off. Back in February, they took this extraordinary decision to sanction their central bank and to seize its reserves. They also did a whole host of other things. So done a whole host of other things to the Russians. So I don't really see what downside there is for the Russians in not publicizing the fact that there are British personnel in Ukraine.
Can you please comment on this, Gonzalo and Alexander? From the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, Ukraine has informed Britain that it does not intend to comply with the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Russian Prisoners of War. From the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, the West is not only aware of Kiev's gross violations of international humanitarian law, but it is also trying to help it avoid responsibility. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I have been in touch with a lot of people in Russia. On Channel 1, they showed the video of those atrocities that were committed to the Russian POWs, right? The shooting them in the knees and letting them die, bleed to death. and it has completely galvanized the Russian people and the Russian army. And I find it just like, what are they smoking when some Twitter guy who's supposed to be some expert or some former general claims that the morale of the Russian soldier is collapsing and that they're doing all kinds of foolish things? It's the exact opposite. They are energized and they are looking for blood. And okay, this part of that announcement that the FSB said that the Ukrainians had informed the UK, that's an extraordinary claim. They better have some extraordinary evidence, because that would just inflame the Russian population even more, inflame the Russian army even more. And not to be
that might be why they're saying it. Yeah. It may not be. It may not be accurate.
Yes.
Yeah.
This may be propaganda. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But I mean, the video in and of itself is enough because it's grotesque, and there's been secondary evidence that has emerged proving even more that all of that happened, and it happened under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces. So it's grotesque. It happened. This is, anybody who claims otherwise is lying. Because I mean, anybody who claims this with having even a little bit of knowledge of the situation is absolutely lying. This happened. This was an atrocity that is clear, and it was multiple. It was, I counted a dozen people there, a dozen Russian POWs. And so, if this FSB claim, it is extraordinary, they better come up with some bulletproof proof. Sorry for the malapropism, but you see what I'm saying? Because this would only turn up the intensity of the Russian people and the Russian army to 11. The Bismarck, I believe, said that the Russians are slow to harness, but quick to ride. It took them a long time to get harnessed up to this particular problem, but now that they're riding, you want to have a little bit of control over it, because if this is the case, they're just going to eviscerate the whole of Ukraine. I mean, I don't see any other way for this situation to progress if this turns out to be true. I'm sorry, it deeply frightening me.
I was going to say, if the Russians have that information, then I do hope as well that they're telling the truth here, because it's as Gonzalo says, it is an incendiary claim to make. It's alarming that no one. It's alarming that no one in London or Kiev has yet denied it. That's all.
Yes. That is. I think they might be counting on the fact that the West is completely ignoring any news coming out of Russia. Anything that the Russians say, it's not even that they claim that it's a lie. They just pretend that nobody said anything. Which is. It's insane what is going on. I'm still trying to understand and process all of this, these events of one half of the globe literally ignoring what the other half is saying and what the other half is concerned about.
Yeah, well, this has been true for a long time, though, on many things, not just on not just on this. I mean, you ask British people here about the Minsk Agreement, for example, and nobody knows what you're talking about. I mean, this isn't. You talk about Donbass, and people haven't a clue what it is. They don't. They've never heard about all of this. I mean, as far as they're concerned, it's Russia invades Ukraine. That's the only part of this narrative that they know. So these are the things to just say. But having said that, I mean, if it were to become known in Britain that Ukraine is not complying with the Geneva Convention and has informed Britain about this, and Britain has been supporting Ukraine in doing it, well, again, that would cut through, and it would cut through massively. And I mean, that would change opinion here. But I have to say, again, it's a Russian claim. I don't know how true it is, and I'd like to see some evidence for it.
Yeah,
but it is alarming. It is alarming that it hasn't been denied.
Yeah,
the thing is, the Russians
have to put out their receipts for that.
Yeah, because the Russians, to their credit, whenever they put out an official notice from any of the ministries, Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's always accurate. Whenever bad news, they don't mention it. They kind of like ignore it. It's a lie by omission, and you could say, well, it's a technicality, but there's a difference between not acknowledging something that you don't really want to talk about and actively telling a lie. They have never, as far as I know, actively told a lie. I don't know if you gentlemen have ever seen them tell a lie or clearly misrepresent something in a way that was not accurate to reality. So if they're saying this, this is a huge claim, okay? And so I wish that they would come up with some really, bulletproof evidence, like the evidence that they released for the biolabs. Because when the biolabs thing documents came out, they started putting out these documentations, and it was very clear that, oh, this is genuine. And you remember those slides that they started putting out with all the documents neatly laid out and everything just pristine to absolutely cement the claim that the biolabs were the property of the American Defense Department. I wish they would do that with this issue, perhaps. I mean, this just came out today, as I understand it. Is that correct?
I would say this. I would make one comment on what you said, Gonzalo. I would say anything coming out of the Ministry of Defense in Russia, I believe, is very well vetted, and they make sure it's accurate. Coming out of the Ministry of Defense. What worries me about this claim is that it's coming from the intelligence service.
Yes.
Now, I don't know. I don't know what position the intelligence service takes. I don't know how accurate they report stuff. I don't know if it's vetted. I just don't know. But it is coming from the intelligence service, so we have to keep that in mind. This could be propaganda meant to galvanize even further the Russian population. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's accurate. I don't know.
It also might be intended to embarrass the British government, which, as I said, the Russians are very angry with for all kinds of good reasons. But no, I agree. I mean, I've heard this. It's an incendiary claim. I don't know to what extent it's true. As I said, it does alarm me that the British government hasn't denied it. I'd have thought that this sort of claim, Britain ought to be going out of its way to deny, because it's so. Sorry, just some problems with my. There we go. That's better. Because it's such a dangerous thing if it's true.
Yes.
Didn't the Russians lie about Chechen conscripts? Someone asks. Did they lie about the conscripts?
Oh, well, right.
The Russians?
I don't think so. I think what happened was there was a model, to be straightforward, which isn't unusual. I think the point was that they said at the outset of the war that there were only professional troops involved in the operation. And it turned out that there were some conscripts there. And the Russian Defense Ministry came out and admitted the fact, and they said it was all a mistake and due to disorganization. And so I don't think that was a lie. I think that was negligence.
I mean, and that kind of thing is trivial in the scheme of things.
Exactly.
Yeah, that I don't think it's that big of a deal. This is a big deal. This is a huge deal. For the Ukrainian government to go to the UK government. And by the way, why would they do that? I mean, because it's really weird. And so it would make sense to me that the British saw the videos that we all saw, and they reached out to the Ukrainians and said, what's going on here? And the Ukrainians said, screw the Geneva Convention. We're not going to respect it because this isn't a war. This is a special military operation. Fine. We're not going to respect the Geneva Convention, which I would not put it past them. Because you have to understand that the level of Nazi anti-Russia hatred in the Ukrainian armed forces that comes directly from these extremist groups, S-14, Reich Sector, Azov Battalion, and so forth. I think that would have been. I mean, it would lead them to make such claims that they're not going to respect the Geneva Convention. I mean, you had a doctor. For the Ukrainian armed forces, saying that he was on television, on national television in front of the whole country, saying that he was going to, dismember Russian prisoners of war in the most disgusting way.
I believe he did say that, and I think that was public. So, and I think he is a real person as well. So, I don't
he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was public, but it was public. He said it. He said it on a live stream on actually YouTube, a live stream. And the next day he put out a statement on Facebook, and he said he didn't mean what he said. To be fair, that was the entire exchange. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay.
But as I said, if there is an intentional policy of ignoring the Geneva Convention, well, that is a serious war crime.
Well, I don't think it's an intentional. I think what you may have here, if this is true, I think you may have something like a Newland Jeffrey Pyatt moment where the FSB has intercepted, like Gonzalo said, some sort of conversation where the British said, "What's going on with these viral videos?" And some guys in Ukraine said, "You know what? We don't care. We're going to do whatever we want." and the FSB may have intercepted some sort of communication there. That would be my guess.
I would like to hear that. I mean, like I said, I don't think it merits talking about it anymore because we have zero evidence. Right now, it's just an account.
Exactly. And just to say, I agree with what Alex said about the Ministry of Defense. What it publishes is reliable. What comes out of any intelligence community, by definition,
yes, exactly. I mean, they tell you the sky is blue. Just look out the window just in case.
Yeah. Do you guys want to answer questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got time?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yep.
I got nothing better to do. I'm sorry.
Real quick, do you know if does anyone know if Modi actually met with Liz Truss? Because I know he met with Lavrov and they were in India at the same exact time, which is kind of odd that they were in India at the same exact time.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to bring up that meeting, that sort of like summit meeting between a lot of these foreign ministers. If you have no idea of the military situation in Ukraine, just looking at that ministerial meeting would have told you all you needed to know. Lavrov looked like he was doing a victory lap, and everybody, treated him as such, as the captain of the football team that was winning the championship. I mean, it was very, very clear. It was very obvious. The body language, there's always that sense of like, I mean, that's why you meet face to face. When you travel thousands of miles sometimes to meet somebody face to face, it's precisely so that you can get that body language feel that you can only experience when you're in the presence of the person. And of course, that nonverbal communication between participants, you watch the video and you can see it. And it seemed to me that Lavrov was doing a victory lap, and the other foreign ministers were saying, "Yeah, you won. High five to you." I mean, that was my sense, and that proves to me more than anything else how the intelligence services around the world must all be monitoring this extremely carefully. And they've all come to the same conclusion that it's all over but the shouting at this point.
She only met with the Indian foreign minister, Liz Truss.
Yeah, I was going to say Modi.
Lavrov got a meeting with Modi. What does that tell you?
He's winning.
Well, it tells you
the Russians are winning.
Exactly. Yes. Well, he's also, and this is perhaps the important point. The Russians are clearly doing this deal, which is, I mean, the reason they're meeting is because they're obviously refining this ruble rupee arrangement for selling oil to India. And can I just also say that apparently it's going to be, the messaging is going to be using the Russian interbank system. So where the oil goes and the rubles and the rupees exchange, you get the Russian interbank messaging system going, and then you'll get the Mir card, all of those.
And I think that there's also something else. The fact that they're signing this now means that they've been preparing this for months, because a system like that is not simple to set up. It's an issue of security, right? It must have taken them a long time to set it up. And therefore, the Indians must have been wondering, why are they like setting it up? And now they're like, oh, now we get it. These Russian fellows here knew that this was going to happen. And so they were preparing and laying the groundwork with us. And I don't know, good for us Indians. And they're not going to object to it. Why would they? And so I think that this must have been, this plan of a ruble rupee exchange must have been hatched at least a year ago, because these kinds of systems are complicated to set up. They're not as simple as they seem. That's why it's such a big deal to be pulled out. So
exactly.
Here's an interesting comment from the chat. Modi did not even meet Wang Yi, but gave an audience to Lavrov.
Really?
Well, there we go.
From Schuster. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's a bit, well, that proves my point now, doesn't it? You don't need the foreign minister of a country who's losing a war,
No.
Because when it comes to diplomacy, usually it is everyone meets on a peer level. When a foreign minister goes somewhere, they meet with a foreign minister. For them to meet someone higher up, or for someone higher up to take the time to meet with someone that's lower on the chain. I mean, it says a lot.
It says a huge amount.
Yeah. So Yeah. I mean, Modi is not supposed to meet with Wang Yi or Liz Truss.
Absolutely.
Strictly
Exactly.
speaking, that's fine.
Exactly.
There shouldn't be any issues with that. But the fact that Modi met with Lavrov
is a big thing. Is a big
that's
thing. I agree. Yeah.
Let's we got a lot of questions. Blake H, thank you for that. Good morning to you as well, Blake H from Odyssey. We have an election in Hungary, guys, on Sunday.
Oh yeah,
big event. Yeah, big event.
Yeah, they're going to.
I think that Orban is going to.
I
think that Orban is going to win.
I agree.
I think that the Hungarian people are going to be smart enough to realize Orban's our guy because he's got an in with Putin. And Orban, retrospectively, has proven himself to be a master diplomat of having handled the Russia relationship so well, so that he's perfectly positioned. Because the Russians said, we're going to work it out with our friends in Europe, insofar as the energy for rubles issue is concerned. Basically, it's a message to Serbia and to Hungary that you're our guys. We're going to look after you. Don't worry. I think that's. I hope he wins because he seems to know what the hell he's doing. One of the few leaders in the world who does.
Well, you know that Serbia and Hungary are working together on all kinds of deals, including a big railway system, like a big connection
really?
via rail.
Know that.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing is, of course, if Orban wins, it may have an impact on the election in France, where the polls are tightening in ways that I think Macron had not anticipated. And apparently there's growing criticism, unsurprisingly, of Macron because of the spike in energy prices and other things.
Yeah. Let's get to some of these questions. A lot of questions. David, thank you for that. Zarael says, welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, says Zarael. And a question on Hungary. Polish PM from Eurogabor. Polish PM calls for a special tax put on EU countries which still use Russian gas and oil. Visegrad 4 cooperation shatters. Orban sets a new course towards Serbia. Elections in both countries on the 3rd.
Yes, this is always the danger that this friendship between Poland and Hungary, between Orban and Fidesz in Hungary, and Kaczynski and Law and Justice in Poland would collapse over the issue of Russia. And we've seen that it has done. And I'm afraid this is always the risk. And now it's happened. Now, of course, the big loser potentially is Poland, because if Orban is re-elected, well, he's re-elected. Fidesz is in a much weaker position. Law and Justice potentially is in a weaker position in Poland. And of course, it is against the Poles in particular that the Europeans have been moving recently to impose their own financial restrictions. So the Poles have been relying on the support of Hungary. If they've lost that, well, they'll be isolated within the EU, and they could very well find that they're going to pay a heavy price.
It seems that the Poles played both sides very poorly. They, antagonize the Europeans and they antagonize the Russians. They have no friends.
Yeah, I think the thing with this is that it's a visceral thing with the Russians. This issue, this sort of animus against Russia is very, very much something that some Poles very much have. And of course, Jarosław Kaczynski, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of Poland, not only has it to an extremely developed degree, but he's also convinced himself that the Russians murdered his brother in the Katyn air crash. And of course, that, colors his judgment even further.
Yeah. That is such a bad luck, because I personally do not think that the Russians would have done that, because it would have served no purpose.
Nobody apart from Kaczynski and a few people and some people, well, actually a lot of people in Poland, believes that. Sure. Even Western governments don't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, like people outside of it, people who are dispassionate. Yeah. There's absolutely no reason that the Russians would have done that, because as I understand it, it was some ceremony commemorating Katyn, the Katyn massacre, right?
It was the Katyn massacre, exactly.
Yeah. So the idea that they would take down that plane right now, the Russians don't think that way, and quite the opposite. The Russians tend to be sentimental about those kinds of things. So if anybody had floated that idea within the Russians, they would have killed the idea instantly, because of this sentimentality that the Russians have about such things. I mean, it's a cultural thing that I've noticed. I've been reading Russian novels since I was 15 years old, and you know, anybody who's read even a couple of them realizes that there is this weird sentimental streak about that sort of thing that would never have allowed them to do such a thing. And frankly, there was no practical purpose for it either. So yeah, I mean, it's so unlucky. That was an unlucky accident that I think will have huge repercussions in this conflict, to tell you the truth.
Yes. Yeah. I'm afraid you're right.
Yeah. Pratik, thank you for that super chat. Darlene, thank you for that super sticker. And Clint, thank you for that super sticker. And Euro Gabor says, I hope that after his re-election, Viktor Orban's first trip will lead to meet with Putin in Moscow, where he can use his full name freely with the letter V and will cause a major meltdown. Actually, he says, oh, no, I get it, Euro Gabor. Euro Gabor says, after his re-election, Viktor Orban. And then after, he can use the word, he can use the letter V.
I don't think he's going to go to Moscow. I think he's probably realizes that would be a provocation too far. Actually, we'll see what he does though, because I suspect that Orban, perhaps better than almost anybody else, understands the madness that we've experienced. I mean, March, by the way, we say mad as a March hare in Britain. March has always been a month for derangement. We're now in April, so perhaps sanity will start to prevail. Let's hope so.
Yeah. You know, Orban, he understands what's going on, because 2 months ago they were calling him the dictator of the world.
Absolutely.
So he understands what's going on better than most.
The president of Hungary, with all due respect, Hungary is a fairly small nation at this stage in history. And to think that he is the dictator who is a world historical dictator of some sort of a Stalin figure, Jesus Christ. The hyperbole, okay, is worse than my hyperbole. I mean, come on, these people come up with all kinds of nonsense. Oh, it's just insane.
Yeah. Hackanu says, finally caught you guys live. Aloha from Hawaii, and thank you for giving me a better understanding of geopolitics in today's world. Awesome. Greetings to Hawaii. Have you been to Hawaii, Gonzalo?
No, never have. And you guys?
No.
I've never been anywhere outside New York in the United States. It's a great regret I have. I was planning to travel to New Mexico in 2020, but then travel restrictions made it impossible.
Yeah. From Tatone, Alex says, and Gonzalo, do you remember when Modi joined Trump at the Namaste rally in India? Crowd was huge. Modi loved Trump. Sad and pathetic how fast Biden pissed away U.S. international standing.
I think it's
because that's the thing the thing that I heard was that all the foreign leaders on a personal level like Trump very much. He's very affable. Yes. And apparently on a personal level with these leaders, he was affable and courteous and just he's got that it factor, the charisma factor, you know. Yeah. So it's kind of like inevitable, you know.
Trump got on very well with everybody outside Europe. He didn't get on well with most European leaders. They found him very difficult to understand, and because they're very ideological, they were unnerved by him. But in India, in Asia, in all sorts of other places, Trump got on well with people.
Well, I think that what happens is that all the European leaders, to get to the leadership positions, they basically go through a tunnel and jump through a bunch of hoops that are pre-established. It's not the rough and tumble world of politics like in Russia or India, where everybody's just, has sharp elbows and trying to get ahead. In Europe, the process by which they select a leader, it's almost like from the cradle, they elevate a certain group of people, and these people have never had any kind of real world experience, which is going on in the United States now with the echelon below Biden, his chief of staff, his people, his bureaucratic machinery of his presidency. They're all people in their late 30s into their late 40s, none of them with any kind of real world experience, all of them coming from think tanks, from different NGOs, but no practical executive experience. And so that's why they're making such a hash of it. I'm talking about the United States. And in Europe, something similar is going on. They all have this great accreditation, but they don't have any experience of actual politicking. They're like cogs in a machine, the European leadership, that are placed there, but they never grew into the position. And so when they are faced with challenges, as we are all facing now, they don't know how to react except very stereotypically. Oh, this is happening, so press this button labeled sanctions. Oh, this happens, press this other button labeled more sanctions, or whatever. You see my point?
Yeah,
they don't
absolutely.
have flexibility, and so that's the problem we have.
I completely agree with that. I think that's entirely correct. We don't have real politicians in the West anymore as we once did, and that's a major problem. People, when I say real politicians who, went out, met people, sought votes. It doesn't work like that in the West anymore.
They don't want to go out and meet people.
No.
Yeah, they look down on people. They don't want to meet. They look down on people. Yeah, that's the problem. Novus says Z for any Latvian viewers. V, have a good day. Yeah, Z and V are canceled.
Oh well.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Ago says for the ruble to compete with the dollar, it needs to be backed by gold, a resource that Russia and China have in abundance.
Yeah. I mean, let's not run away with ourselves. We're far from that point yet. I mean, and that's the International Monetary Fund. They've just issued a report in which they said that they expect the dollar to continue to be the most widely traded currency, but they do expect now alternative currency systems to start to develop, and that the position of the dollar to be reduced in international trade. And I think that's the ruble is clearly now at the cutting edge of that, and we're going to see more of this. But as I said, we're not going to get into a situation where the ruble replaces the dollar. I mean, that's not on the horizon at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree. And speaking as a private investor, I would say that the dollar and the euro are going to be relatively stable. I mean, losing value, inflationary during the rest of this year. 2023, it would seem to me, is going to be the really scary year. I mean, do keep in mind when you look at history and at other high inflationary periods, things started, how can I put it? It slowly built up, and then all of a sudden it just went straight to hell. Okay, it's that kind of a curve, but it takes a while to get there to that point of inflection where everybody says this currency is garbage. I want none of it. That takes a while, but once it happens, it's irrevocable. You can't turn it back.
The really weak point is the euro, because the inflation is now running very high in Europe. So we've had an inflation readout in Spain, which remember is in the Eurozone, where it's 9.8% in March. Germany is 7.6%, which for the Germans is extremely high. The trouble is, the European Central Bank basically now sees its purpose to keep South European debts rolling on. So we still have minus 0.5% interest rates. We have negative interest rates plus QE. And
that's why I think,
central bank doesn't seem to want to change.
Well, here I think that they are going to change. Remember, the central bank is in Frankfurt. The central bank is in Frankfurt. I think that the German industry cannot afford to have an inflationary euro. And so they will push Olaf Scholz, who I think we can all agree is a very weak politician who will do whatever he is told. And they're going to push him and push the European Central Bank to up the interest rates drastically. And they're not going to care that it breaks the southern economies, because the Germans, I know that you have strong ties to Germany, Alexander. And I myself, my maternal grandmother was German. Okay. So, but I will tell you that the Germans only care about Germans. And if, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece, the whole rest of the European project, including France, goes to hell financially, not my problem is the motto of German industrialists. And they will push to maintain the strength of the euro. That's why I think that the euro might come out in pretty good shape, even at the cost of destroying the eurozone.
Yeah, well, that's a point, because of course, I mean, if you're talking about Germany, the thing to understand about Germany is that the German economic model is high savings in various savings banks, the Volksbank and all those sort of things. That provides funds for the Mittelstand, which is this phalanx of family oriented businesses that are the absolute core of the German industrial machine. Much more, by the way, than the big companies that we know, Daimler-Benz and Siemens and all of those. It's the Mittelstand companies that are the core. Now, these savings banks are being hammered by the inflation because they are savings banks. I hope that makes sense to people, because if you put your money in a bank, you expect it to grow, but if inflation is eating away at it, you got minus negative interest rates, and that money is being depreciated because of inflation. That is really creates havoc for the savings banks, the German savings banks, and that makes them puts them in a weaker position to provide credit to these Mittelstand businesses, which tend to operate. Gonzalo knows what I mean by that, with much higher levels of gearing than is the case in analogous companies, family-run companies in, say, the United States, in Britain. So they're all in a very, very difficult situation, and it just cannot be maintained or kept going like this forever. Now, I'm not so sanguine as Gonzalo is about what the European Central Bank is going to do, because what happened was Mario Draghi became its chair. He basically captured it for Italy and France. The French and Italians basically at the moment are running the European Central Bank. Remember, Lagarde runs it at the moment. So I can very, very easily see in a couple of weeks, months' time, there could very well be a crisis over the position of the ECB and what it does. Now, if we start getting a major increase in interest rates, it will crack the euro. It will crack the position of the southern economies, to the extent that Italy has achieved any kind of stabilization at all. Same for Spain, same for Greece. It's because they've been getting the support over the last couple of years from the European Central Bank. So it's going to be a very tough thing, and it could provoke a crisis, but also bear in mind a high probability of a political crisis in Germany causing the fall of the government there.
I personally, by the way, I hate to correct you, but I'm not sanguine about this possibility. I'm grim about it, because it would be catastrophic for the people of Southern Europe. It would be a nightmare. I do believe that this might be the crisis that cracks the euro, and the Germans decide to take their ball and go home. You know what I mean? Because from the German perspective, they cannot psychologically, let alone for the practical reasons that you outlined very correctly, for a psychological, long-standing reasons that go back generations, they cannot afford to mentally, psychologically have a weak currency. They can't. It's just inconceivable to them. And the Germans, they are a certain way. They're very rigid in certain things, and they will not deviate from this rigidity insofar as their currency. So I could easily see them breaking away and declaring not a Deutschmark, but calling it the Deutsche Euro or something, or somehow, because Mario Draghi and Christine Lagarde, they will be shoved aside by the Germans. The Germans will figure out a way to get rid of them so that they get the monetary policy that they want, because they are not going to tolerate any kind of inflation. It's psychologically impossible. I mean, you see where I'm going here. This is like a very human, like a fine-tuning kind of thing. I can't point to specific data points that can prove this, but it just seems, knowing the German mentality, knowing German financiers and how they think about certain issues and how they approach certain basic assumptions, that they do not allow any kind of deviation of those base assumptions, and one of them, of course, being a strong, stable currency. I don't see any other option but the Germans deciding, Christine, Mario, there's the door. We're going to take over, and if you don't like it, we'll just break away from the Eurozone altogether. Do you see my point?
Yes.
And please comment on it. What do you think of this analysis?
No, I think it is right, but as I said, what I do expect is lots of blood on the carpet before we get to that point. Now, whether the Germans are going to be prepared to give up on the euro is, of course, a big question. But I mean, what I'm saying is this crisis is one that is going to bring out the fault lines in the euro system. And going back to the starting point of our discussion, it's also the point where the position of the euro looks to me much shakier ultimately than that of the dollar.
From Anthony, Switzerland. What about Switzerland in all of this?
Well, the Swiss, they always take care of themselves. Screw the rest of the world. I think they played it poorly insofar as Russia is concerned. But I think that it's from long-standing. The Russians do treat Switzerland like a common prostitute. Quite frankly, they really do go to Switzerland and abuse the country on multiple levels. Everything from the trivial, like for instance, all the Swiss schools now, they have a cap as to how many Russian kids they accept, because the Russian kids, the kids of oligarchs, would show up and start build their own little mafia, complete with drug dealing and beating other kids up for money, kind of thing. I'm not kidding, by the way; it's actually true. Some friends of mine who did go to Swiss schools told me about it, that they got letters from their alma mater telling them that they put caps on Russians, all the way up to Russian oligarchs physically assaulting Swiss bankers for not giving them the results that they wanted. And so the Russians who go to Switzerland have always treated them very much like employees who are willing to do whatever. And so I actually understand why the Swiss sided so decisively against the Russians, because the Swiss are kind of like sick of them. I go to Switzerland at least once a year for different things that I have to do there. And I can tell you, they hate the Russians on a personal level, but they have to smile to them because they represent a lot of money. And so the fact that they were able to get on board this, it made complete sense. You see what I'm saying? Right. But the Swiss can take care of themselves. Yeah.
Right. JHW says in the UK, the politicians have degrees in politics, philosophy, and economics, or PPE, as we say. They are not creative problem solvers.
Absolutely true. That's absolutely completely correct. That is entirely right.
Median Gross says, gentlemen, connecting the dots, Ukraine operation plus sanctions plus collapse of the West is equal to the global introduction of a central bank digital currency.
We get these questions in every program. There may be some truth to this. I mean, there may be some people with that agenda. All I would say is people who are actually working to that objective are engineering the collapse of the West. And if they collapse the West, they collapse themselves.
Yeah, I completely agree. Look, the notion of the notion of a global currency, a global digital currency, or whatever fever dream that a lot of people have, it's not going to happen. We are going directly in the opposite direction. We are going to have multiple currencies that are going to be very important for different reasons. And we will have a basket of currencies. We will never again have the one currency, like the dollar, as the hegemonic currency in the financial markets. That's over, okay? And so this notion that somehow they're going to engineer some magical, the central bank digital currency that they keep talking about, and it's going to be a global currency, that's not going to happen. Although I will say that in certain countries, in the United States, in Great Britain, in Canada, for sure, they will start imposing a form of digital currency that will have mechanisms of social control, whereby if you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, you will be denied access to goods and services, perhaps even to your own funds. We are seeing that happen. And it's been a small scale, isolated, but nobody has really objected to it. And so the notion that, for instance, the Trudeau government would amp up such policing of people's speech and have it affect their ability to earn an income or spend their own money, I think that's definitely in the cards. Okay, but you don't even need a digital currency for that. You can do it by simply controlling the banks and telling the bank, hey, this guy said something bad, so switch off his MasterCard for a week as punishment or something like that, because we're basically seeing that, So in a global currency, a global digital currency, that's not going to happen ever, period. A local digital currency where people are punished for, wrong think, wrong speak, or whatever other, sin that they might commit, that is definitely in the cards. And I would argue that Australia, New Zealand, and Canada are the most likely candidates in the near term, because they always seem to be like the bleeding edge of repression in the democracies. And so I would pay attention to those three countries to see what gets rolled out there, because if you're in the UK or the United States, you'll get hit with that like 18 months later.
Well, I would actually also throw this in there, Gonzalo. The EU is actually leading the way now, because they have put legislation in place, or they're trying to put legislation in place, where they will be banning any types of transactions, crypto transactions that go from exchanges to privately held wallets and keys. And they're actually trying to put that in place. And that's going to be huge. It's going to be debilitating for crypto holders in Europe. Yeah, it's yeah.
No, but there's going to be a run to get wallets offshore of Europe.
Exactly. And if you have a wallet, a private key wallet in Europe, you're not going to be able to get any money out of exchanges to that private wallet. Yeah. So Europe is also, they're making moves to clamp down and get full control of the transactions that are going to be taking place.
God.
Yeah.
So frustrating.
Welcome to the EU.
Yeah,
Serbia.
It's so frustrating because
Everyone's going to go to Serbia.
The three of us here, we are having a rational conversation about these different topics. And the three of us might have differences of opinion, slightly, I think it's more like this than like that. But, it's small fry differences. We basically have a commonsensical approach to the big issues. We are not particularly special. Why is it that the leadership classes that we have are so grotesquely incompetent? Because at this point, it's not even an issue of being mildly incompetent. It's that they're going out of their way to destroy things that took centuries to build. I'm not talking decades. I'm talking centuries, and they are hell bent for leather on destroying everything by incompetence and just sheer stupidity. I don't get it.
Don't forget that these waves of ideological fervor have hit Europe before, Gonzalo. This isn't entirely unusual that Europeans take leave of their senses and do disastrous things to themselves. They did it in
You're talking 1914?
Oh, no, absolutely, exactly. So this isn't completely unprecedented, I'm afraid. But we do have a particularly defective European leadership class at the moment, and not just Europe, but in the West.
Well, here's some news, and I hope someone in the chat can confirm this for me. But urgent: Jen Psaki reportedly planning to leave the White House for an MSNBC gig. Is that true?
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. Actually, yeah.
That just yesterday?
Yeah, I heard it yesterday. Is there more confirmation? I heard it as a rumor yesterday.
Yeah, confirmation. That's what I'm getting. But I'm confirming it via one source. I can go in and look for other sources.
I didn't know the part that she was going to. Yeah, I didn't know the part that she was going to go to MSNBC, but that she was going to leave the White House. Yes, that I knew. Yeah,
it's not looking good for Biden.
That's exactly my immediate thought as well.
That's what you were thinking?
Yeah,
it's not looking good for Biden. Yeah,
but gentlemen, here's the issue. Here's the issue that you gentlemen are not thinking. Who is the vice president of the United States?
Do
you understand?
I completely agree with you, but my mind, God, I just say to myself, you know what? The people that are puppeteering Kamala Harris, i.e., I think it's Obama. I imagine them saying, you know what? We can control her better. That's just what I think they're saying to themselves.
No. There's an expression in Spanish. more dangerous than a monkey with a razor blade. Okay, think of it. Think of a monkey with a razor blade. How confident do you feel? Yeah, it's for those of you who want to know, it's más peligroso que mono con navaja. Yeah, she is an idiot. I mean, I cannot understand how her brain generates enough energy for her to walk and chew gum at the same time, because it's remarkable, the stupidity of that woman. And she is going to be the president of the United States. I mean, look at this man. He's falling apart before our eyes. He's literally fading into nothing as we look at him. And of course, we all despise him. And back when he was, just with all of his marbles, he was a despicable character. I mean, truly despicable. If you see the Clarence Thomas hearings, what a pompous, condescending bastard, quite frankly. I mean, just the lowest kind of person. But here now, at least there's something there. But she is a fool. And I do not think that Barack Obama will be able to control her. I think that she will, because she will be the president. After all, and he will not be able to control her. Oh my God, I'm truly terrified of her as president. I'm not kidding. I think that she might do anything. And I'm sorry if I sound almost a little hysterical on this issue, but you have to understand. Have you listened to her? My brain hurt when I heard her speak. Whenever I hear her speak. I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk anymore because I'm making a fool of myself.
We'll see.
Sorry.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Yeah,
I was going to say we have lots of questions. Shall we focus on those actually?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Bang the Hankers. Thank you for your super chat. An unknown post says, "Good day, Alexander. What are your analysis on the situation with Israel and Palestinian protests over the Israeli occupation and the terror attacks?"
I haven't followed it, and I really should, to be honest. This is the trouble. The problem is we're so absorbed with this crisis in Ukraine that we're missing out on big events like the Chinese deal with the Solomon Islands, for example, which I mean really ought to be a major focus too. So all kinds of things are going on in the Middle East and elsewhere. Now, can I just say the Middle East is going to be very, very volatile over the next couple of months, year or so. Food prices there are rising. That's going to create more political tensions inevitably, and that's how the Arab Spring started, with food price rises in the Arab world. We could start to see the same thing again this time round, and I wouldn't be surprised if these problems in the Palestinian territories is partly reflected by this. But I don't want to say more because I'm just not up to speed with this.
Neither am I, but I do recall that the Arab Spring was caused precisely because of not a failed crop in Russia, but a diminished crop. And they started limiting their exports a bit, just a bit, and it caused the Arab Spring. Imagine if we have a full-blown crisis.
Tonya Alto says, if you see them go after Kamala, Biden is in trouble. I don't think Biden will be removed if Kamala is not removed first. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that. Yeah,
absolutely.
Alfaria says, if they start implementing a system that stops people using their money for wrong, think it would cause a rise of a black market and a rise in crime.
Yeah,
interesting. True.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, sure. It always happens.
Yep, always happens. Smug Buddha says, with regards to the helicopters in Mariupol, it was a diversion to hit the depot. 2 tried to get the Azov guys, 1 extracted the VIPs. So 3 helicopters. 2 diversions and 1 got them out.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Sanjeva says...
Very, very expensive way to do it then, is all I can say.
Sanjeva says, something unreported in the media is the plight of the third world due to this crisis and the previous pandemic. Countries like Sri Lanka, Egypt, and many more, especially in Africa, are getting wiped out. And that's 1 of 3. Wait, another message. Western influenced politicians in the third world bankrupted the countries because they listened to the WHO and the West and believed apparently the pandemic was more deadly than starvation and existing epidemics like the dengue. And part 3 of 3 says, then they kept pandering to the U.S. financial system and they suffered high inflation. Example, inflation in Sri Lanka is now at 18%. Fuel, food shortages, and the precipice of collapse. very anxious for the plight of the third world.
He is absolutely correct. This is completely true. Go on.
Can I ask something? I know Sri Lanka is in trouble on the energy front and the food front. And as I understand it, I could, because I haven't been following that closely, unfortunately. And that's why I want to ask. I understand that the Chinese are refusing to help out, or there's some issue with the Chinese, or they feel that they've already lent enough money to Sri Lanka and they don't want to lend anymore. Is there something along those lines? I'm not clear.
Yeah. I mean, bear in mind, however, that the fundamental problem is supply. If there is a reduction in supply, then food prices will rise. If you give people more money to buy more food, which you might have to because that's necessary, but if you do that, then the prices will rise even further because they'll just be able to buy more food. That's the way markets work. We are in a very, very bad situation globally with food supplies. And obviously, I was reading earlier, there's concerns about fresh food, supplies of fresh food in Britain. But we're not going to have realistically famine here across the global south. This is looking terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 second, guys. From Blake. Blake says Kamala Harris is a poster child for why math is now considered racist. Blake Raffinen, thank you very much for that. From Novus, may be related. Building projects are approved in the Netherlands and West Germany in record pace. Just put a label on it. Energy efficient or related, and doors open at lightning speed. Something is happening. Don't know what. Yeah. Not an expert, but I think the Germans and Dutch are planning something.
No, they're just trying to accelerate a way to get off of Russian gas, but it's going to take them at least a couple of years. They're going to have at least a couple of years, if not longer, of just having to deal with the Russians one way or the other, whether they like it or not, because of their own stupid policies. Yeah, they have nobody to blame but themselves. I have no sympathy for them.
A troubled mind says Sri Lanka is on the brink of collapse, and Sri Lanka should not be in the state it's in. It's a paradise that can grow anything in the world. Hawaii has nothing on Sri Lanka.
Interesting. I mean, I've never been there, so I can't comment. By the way, one person who knows Sri Lanka extremely well is Lavrov. He was actually posted there as a young diplomat, and I believe he has some knowledge of Sinhalese.
Interesting.
Really?
Arcelia, welcome to the Duran community. Valies, who is also moderating. Thank you, Valies, for that super chat. Hunger, the Dye Merchant, said, please consider using entropy streams for super chats. They allow more characters and take a smaller cut than YouTube. You can pin the link to the YouTube live stream. We should all stop giving money to Google. I have in mind to look at entropy, but I just haven't had the time. But I will. I promise I will. Bill 10 says, thank you for all you do. I may just be the best informed grandmother in the rural west of Ireland. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Gravindip says, Weimar Germany in the making.
Yes.
I'm afraid so. I mean, if you're talking about the West, the Western world, it's the Eurozone and to some extent Britain, but especially the Eurozone that you need to look at. The fault lines have never been solved there. Things have never been sorted out. The European Union has always kicked the can down the road, and now they're just about not just at the end of the road, they're on the edge of the precipice.
Yeah. Summer of 1970, thank you for that super sticker. Zariel says, the head of the German CIA, the BND, was left in Ukraine. The plane flew back without him and took back freight. Maybe he is there, ? I didn't know that.
I wouldn't know.
The BND.
No, he was left behind, and I heard that he was evacuated and that it was done by car and all kinds of things. But I'm not going to comment more because I don't know the whole story at all.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Kalio 25, thank you for that super sticker. Zehan, thank you for that super chat. Gender Neutral says, with the letter banning, the West now cannot declare V for victory. It's whole foolish boomerang strategy in a microcosm.
Absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Brainwith says, Max Blumenthal recommended you folks, and that's why I am here. Thank you. Thank you to Max as well. And we recommend Max in Gray Zone.
Yeah, he's great.
Absolutely. Raul says, French soldiers warned of a civil war a while back. How will this play out with double-digit inflation and the country on the verge of civil unrest?
Well, indeed, look, there's an election coming in France in a very short time now, and the polls there are tightening. I still personally expect Macron to win. I still find it difficult to imagine that Le Pen can, but France is becoming polarized, and is polarized. And I understand that Macron has had some trouble, and more than trouble, when he's dared to go out on the campaign trail. So, assuming he's re-elected, he's going to face the same kind of crisis that exists everywhere else in Europe, but with a French population that's already very aggravated and very aroused. And who knows how things can turn out in France.
Marvel says, what is Russia going to do about getting the 300 billion back? That was
nothing.
I have an idea about that, by the way. I've been thinking about it, because the Federal Reserve has basically allowed JP Morgan, that holds a lot of these funds, to basically be paying off the money of the various bonds that they have, the coupon payments, right? The coupon payments are the scheduled payments that the bondholders get to receive from Russian bonds. I think that what they're going to do is just basically quietly and without any kind of big fanfare, just allow the Russians to spend their money in that they have on deposit in the United States, paying off the bonds that they owe. Because those bonds are held by a lot of different people in the United States who are going to be hurt needlessly, because the money is there. It's not that Russia defaulted, it's the United States defaulted, right?
Yeah.
And so insofar as these bonds, they're going to continue to be paid off. And I think that money, the Russians will never see that money again, but the Americans basically are stealing this money and using it to pay off the Russian bondholders. It's a very despicable thing. It's dishonest on multiple levels, but as a practical matter, it prevents a lot of bondholders from having losses on these Russian bonds that would be catastrophic for pension funds. There's like some Kansas, some teachers' pension fund out in Kansas that had a huge position in Russian bonds, for instance, and so because they were very profitable, and anybody who looked at these bonds knew that they were very stable, irrespective of what the credit agencies were saying. And so a lot of people got into them because they were high yield, but low risk until this happened, And so I think that the US Federal Reserve will, in arrangement, probably some sort of backdoor arrangement with the Russian central bank, continue emitting payments. And that fund, it'll go to paying all of those bonds over the years. Yeah. But I don't think that as a practical matter, the Russians will ever be able to take that money and spend it on whatever else they want. It'll be used specifically for those outstanding bonds. And whatever's left over, because those bonds are actually less than those foreign currency deposits, I think that the Americans are going to steal it, which is despicable, because it's somebody else's money. It's not theirs.
I completely agree with all of that. I don't think the Russians will ever see their money again. American bondholders, Western bondholders, will probably be repaid, but the Russians will never see their money again. I think that's the reality of it. It's a cynical thing to say. It's a terrible thing to say, but it's true.
Yeah. Joseph, thank you for that super chat. Awesome. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Motomoto, for that awesome super chat. Thank you, Sarah HHH, for that super chat. Thank you, Claude, for that awesome super sticker. RDDR says, what caused the conflict? Liberal imperialism or Russian chauvinism? My lefty friends are split between pre and post 2016 positions.
It was the eastward expansion of NATO, this relentless drive to push NATO eastward. That was what caused the conflict, and that's if you want to call it liberal imperialism, then do so, because that's what it amounts to.
Yeah, completely agree. Yes.
Trevalin, welcome to Drag Community. Potterwag, thank you for that super sticker. Kijela13 says, hello, Duran. Can you please give a short rundown on the position for Norway, who is a neighbor country to Russia and a NATO member, not an EU member, and a gas oil exporter for the rest of Europe? Thanks.
Well, as far as I'm aware, they've taken exactly the same line as all the other Western countries have done. I understand Norway, that there is a more, shall we say, there's less entrenched hostility to Russia in Norway than there is in some parts of the West. But I don't think fundamentally it's any different.
Yeah, I would agree. But of course, the Norwegians are in the driver's seat because they have a huge sovereign wealth fund. And they've got a positive balance of trade. I mean, they're in the driver's seat insofar as their numbers are concerned.
Yes.
And so this doesn't really affect them one way or the other. And on top of that, yes, technically they are neighbors with Russia as a practical matter. They've got Sweden and Finland as buffers, so it doesn't matter to them. So I think that the Norwegians are just going to be very happy with the commodities that they're sitting on top of. I think that the only point of contention or concern for the Norwegians is where do they put their money that they have in that enormous sovereign wealth fund. I forget how big it is, but it's huge. I remember reading the number. I was like, holy cow. I mean, in the hundreds of billions of euros.
Yeah.
I want to say 600, but I don't recall. Okay, so I'll forget about that. Yeah, but it's enormous. Okay, I think that they're worried about where to park that money. That's their only concern at this point.
Yeah. Geir Epland, thank you for that super sticker. Tarugo says, love you guys. Thank you for that. Freedom says, why are the GCHQ saying about Putin and the military?
Well, GCHQ is part of the the intelligence community in Britain. As we said earlier in the program, when we were discussing claims that the Russian intelligence community are saying, I wouldn't pay any attention to what any part of the intelligence community says. And this is, I think, about those rumors that there's conflicts between Putin and the military. How does GCHQ even know?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's admitted that they don't have any kind of human intelligence within the Kremlin. Okay.
Yeah.
And the fact that they come up with wild allegations that later is just, I mean, it's quite obvious at the time that they're laughable, and later on it's just proven even more ridiculous. And the fact that the Russians consistently surprise the West, it leads to the obvious conclusion they do not have any kind of human intelligence in the Kremlin, and therefore they're just making it up, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Paul, for that super chat. Just real quick, the sovereign wealth fund in Norway is $1 trillion.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
And
dollars or euros?
I don't know. It just says 1 trillion in the chat I'm seeing. So just let me know in the chat if it's euros or dollars. But also, you do have some issues. Norway has a real problem with Svalbard. We basically share it with Russia. Norway actually has a land border with Russia in the far north.
Yes.
So there are some disputes.
Absolutely. There are some disputes. I mean, Svalbard is an island. Spitsbergen, as sometimes it's called in the West, in Britain. Svalbard is an island. I think it's actually an island chain. And there was an arrangement made long ago, I think after the Second World War, whereby first the Soviets and now the Russians are allowed to maintain some kind of a presence there. And I believe they have coal mining areas that they sort of operate on Svalbard. That's a very long time ago, but certainly this is a point of conflict. But up to now, in fairness, the Norwegians and the Russians have been able to keep it reasonably under control.
Yeah. $1.3 trillion, 1.5 trillion USD. I'm seeing in 1 trillion euros. So it looks like it's somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're the poor people of Europe. Okay, good to know.
Quite, yeah.
And they're not in the EU, so that's a plus.
Absolutely. I'm told it's a very well run country, and people who've been there tell me that the standard of living is extremely high.
Yeah.
I've never been there. Have to go.
Yeah.
Summer of 1970 says, once again, we the people of America will pay for the actions of our mafia government. Same old crap, different day.
True enough. I think this is a particularly bad government that we have at the moment, actually.
So you're being very, very polite, Alexander. Adamika, thank you for that. Super chat. Sparky says, looks like commodities are king. Yes.
Yes.
Very true, Sparky.
Yes.
Very true.
This whole notion of the service economy and the new economy and all this nonsense, it's out the window. And at the end of the day, it's food and heating and electricity, and everything else is just talk. That's the lesson of this whole crisis.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Blackjack Pinocchio says Dalip Singh, the U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor, is the architect of the sanctions against Russia. He visited India yesterday to put pressure on the Indian government against Russia and China. Yes.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah.
Yep. Lady of Charlotte said, someone needs to tell the horse-faced demon in New Zealand, without the letter Z, New Zealand has been banned by her globalist friends. Huge thanks for the great work. Jacinda, yes. Thank you for that. Raul says, Zero Hedge, the title, UN warns Middle East is at breaking point as food prices hit alarming highs. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, I think we just discussed it, and it's absolutely true. I mean, it's absolutely true. I mean, and, the Middle East is one of the most volatile and dangerous places in the world. So a crisis in the Middle East would have global repercussions.
Yeah. Gervin Deep says Gonzalo with exclamation marks. Thank you for that, Gervin Deep.
Thank you! Exclamation marks.
Betsy, welcome to the Duran community. Let's see. Bang the Hanker says, I work in Australian manufacturing. The COOF has already returned a lot of work back here from China and Taiwan. Could rising tensions between the U.S. and China regarding West versus Russia further this trend?
Well, possibly, but this isn't being done in any kind of planned way. And of course, if we have commodity prices exploding, then that's going to put enormous pressure on manufacturing coming back, because commodity oil and you need energy in order to keep the wheels of your industries turning. So to be honest, I think we first of all, we've had the COOF, we've had this crisis. One crisis following on another is not good for any economy at this moment in time. It's very bad.
Tempest123 said, thank you for that super chat. Orlando Santos, thank you for that super sticker. Arash, thank you for that super chat. Kurt says, move to a cheap house with some land outside the main cities, install a ground heating system, grow your own vegetables, have some chickens and pigs.
No, that's probably what we're all going to end up doing.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kurt, for that. And Kurt also asks, what do you think about the canceled V4 meeting in Hungary between Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary, the end of the Visegrad Four?
We said that. I mean, that's exactly what's happened. I mean, it's essentially collapsed. And it's interesting that it's collapsed over this issue of Ukraine and Russia. Yeah. But, I mean, at the moment, it's collapsed.
No, but I think that's...
by the way,
yep.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to go back because somebody was mentioning China, and I don't know if you gentlemen were speaking about China before this China-Taiwan issue. It seems to me that this Ukraine crisis is continuing and will continue for a while. But I think that we ought to be paying attention to the next steps, because it's clear that the Americans are going to sanction China more aggressively, as that metaphor, that wonderful metaphor that Alexander, you came up with, the sanctions escalator. That is on its way. And so the issue becomes, for me, is the day the Americans recognize Taiwan, I think that's the big red line. And that's when all bets are off. I think that I'm just throwing it out there, but that's the thing that we should be paying attention to. When that moment comes, when in their panic, the Americans decide, because they keep on doubling down, we all agree on that. They're going to double down and declare that Taiwan, they recognize Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. And I think that's when all bets are off. Yeah. I just wanted to put it out there as something to pay attention to for the future.
I agree with that.
Well, we've been saying that something's going to happen in China with regards to sanctions for a while now. So
yeah.
Let's see here. Igor says the most patriotic Slovenian prime minister, ex-soldier, just took the Slovenian flag down off of the Kiev embassy on the request of the Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
Very patriotic.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was sad.
Very sad. Yeah. Whatever Zelensky asks, he gets.
Absolutely.
Or Elensky. I can't say Zelensky. AD says the ruble euro should allow Russia to determine the price of the ruble without any market mechanism, even to counter the euro and dollar prices at will.
Yeah,
that's what I said. That's exactly the point I made.
Yeah. David says, were the helicopter pilots from NATO? We don't know.
We don't. Again, exactly. Yeah.
We don't know. And I don't think we'll ever find out. Let's see. 456123G says, thank you for the education, the prophet. Thank you very much for that super chat. 4X Turning says, could Dmitry Medvedev be Putin's successor once Putin retires?
I'm not going to even make a guess about that. I think not, actually. I don't think so. But it is interesting how he suddenly appeared quite a lot recently and is clearly taking a very, very sort of patriotic line on things.
Yeah, he's making big statements. Toilet Sauce says about the Ukrainian helicopter striking Belgorod, PR win, nothing else. The Ukrainians know how to evade the counter man-pads. They started training for that in the Soviet era. I am frankly surprised it took this long. Interesting comment.
Yeah, interesting comment. Absolutely.
Very good comment.
Very good comment.
Thank you, Toilet Sauce, for that. Kurti, thank you for that super sticker. Gravindip says, maybe de-dollarization will finally give peace a chance between Israel and Palestine.
No,
I don't think so either, to be honest. I think this is a profoundly deep-seated conflict that has enormous historical backgrounds, and I think it'll take a lot more than just de-dollarization to make it to bring it to an end.
No, I mean, like, to tell you the truth, when I first heard about it as a boy, as a teenager, I remember thinking, well, it's basically two people who hate each other and want the same land. So in the end, one of them is going to be completely displaced and the other is going to keep all of it without any of the other people, one way or the other. And my opinion of that has not changed. And I think that that's the inevitability. It's been slow motion, but that's basically what's been going on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ronald says, the question is China ready to attack Taiwan? If not, they could lose big time if they attack.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a military expert, but I would have thought that they're getting closer to that point all the time.
I don't think they're going to attack it. I think they're going to wipe out the American fleets that are there to protect it. And then they'll just blockade Taiwan and tell them, look, play ball, or we'll just blockade you until you starve. I think that's the approach, because they don't want to break Taiwan, just as the Russians don't want to break Ukraine. So, yeah, that's my thinking.
Leafy Bug says the Blinkens and Sullivans wouldn't frame what they're doing as a war of attrition. Their strategy isn't that sophisticated. They have an overriding presumption that when they step up, the enemy steps down. If the enemy doesn't step down, they step up again. They haven't noticed they're at the top of their ladder. But you are right. Yeah. It's utter folly to launch an economic war of attrition when you are drowning in deficit whilst your opponent is swimming in surplus.
Yep. I can't add anything to those extremely good comments.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a very, very good comment there from Leafy Bug. Would Abramovich be interested in a leadership position in Russia? That would be interesting.
Nor would the Russians be interested in a leadership position.
He is buying a football club in Turkey.
Yeah, no, I mean, nobody trusts any of these oligarchs, and the fact that over the decades they've been ground down and sort of like slowly pushed out, in Russian society, it's a good thing. And I don't see anyone in Russia wanting them to come back to any kind of prominence.
Yes.
Tarugo, thank you for that super sticker. Toilet Sauce says, if Gazprom Bank is doing the conversion on behalf of the Europeans, doesn't Gazprom Bank cash in on a nice conversion fee?
Exactly.
Well, probably, almost certainly, yeah, absolutely.
Balka says, is it a giant exercise? Yeah, Alexander?
No, it's just what would be, I think it was Gonzalo said it before. Was it, one of you said it before. The Russians are in control of the entire process.
Yeah.
Including paying themselves a nice conversion fee. Why not? Yeah.
No, but the conversion fee, sure, it's the cherry on the sundae, but the real prize is that they will be able to dial in the price of the euro. The Russians will control the euro in a way that must be so unnerving to anybody in Frankfurt at this time.
Yeah.
Steve says, chaps, any idea on the end game for Russia in the Ukraine? Oh, that is
I know exactly
that is okay. Tell us, Gonzalo.
They're going to take over the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts. They're going to go right up to the border with Poland. They're going to take over the whole thing because it's cost them too much, and they're galvanized. They're energized. They feel confident. They feel the wind at their back. They have no illusions that it's going to be very tough nut to crack. I think that they probably started off thinking that it would be an easier time of it, but now that they're in it, the Russians have a lot of flaws, like we all do. But one thing that they have, a great virtue that they have, is stick-with-itness. When they decide that they're going to go in some course of action, they go to the bitter end. Yeah, and especially with these atrocities committed to the Russian POWs, I think that as a nation and as an army, They are committed. They're going to go all the way. And there's something else that has to be thought of. The current generation of leadership, they grew up during the 90s, during the very, very bad 90s, where Russia was basically, just beaten up and left for dead. And so they've seen suffering. They've gone through very, very difficult periods. Vladimir Putin himself had to work as a taxi driver to make ends meet, for crying out loud. And so any kind of difficulty, the people who are in charge now, they're willing to put up with it. Yeah. So I think that they're going to go all the way. They're going to take over the whole country, and they're going to break it up. That's the other thing. They are going to break it up. And a lot of people don't agree, but they're going to break it up into Novorossiya and a rump Ukraine. And Medvedchuk is going to be Viktor Medvedchuk will be the president of that rump Ukraine. And I don't know who the president of Novorossiya will be, but it will be somebody friendly to the Kremlin. Yes.
I just on Gonzalo's point about the Russians seeing it through. I can so well remember during the 2000s, the war in the Caucasus. And again, you got lots and lots of media commentary in the West about, the Russians had all kinds of problems here and problems there, and there was some really bad incidents like the Beslan siege, but they saw it through, and they brought it to a conclusion. And now, as I said before in another program, what we see is that the Chechens are fighting alongside them.
Balki says, this is a giant exercise born out of sheer political survival instinct to create and uphold a narrative and ink it in the contemporary history books, Wikipedia, etc.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that's true. I mean, there's lots of things that one reads, which on examination turn out to be not quite as one believed, because obviously it depends an awful lot about who writes these stories.
Rare Wolf, thank you for that super chat. Russell says, I doubt China's first move will be to attack the U.S. fleet.
We'll see.
I'm not going to speculate about this. I mean, we'll see where this goes.
Let's see. Marco, welcome to the Duran community. RDDR says, are the BRIC countries anti-imperialist?
I think the better way to understand them, at least Russia and China, is as a new great power bloc. Now, I don't want to jump ahead and start to idealize them. It's quite possible that as a great power bloc, they will engage in sort of things that great powers often do, and they'll create dependencies and sort things out at the moment. But as of this moment in time, they are the defense. They're defending against a Western push, which is to globalize and control. So at the moment, they're anti-imperialist, but that doesn't mean that they will always be.
Let's see. Smug Buddha says, please look at what the Bank of Japan is doing now. It's the only bank buying unlimited U.S. treasuries.
Yeah. They were told to do that.
Yeah.
They were told to do that.
Yeah.
Very good. Gervin Dip says, a big thanks to all the moderators. Yes, a big thanks to all the moderators. Absolutely. Raul says, no doubts the fast collapse of Europe. However, when large unions like this implode, it leads to civil war. Your thoughts?
Well, I hope not. But I mean, I don't think we will get into a civil war situation. I think Europe is too. I think we're beyond that in Europe. I hope we are. But no one should be under any illusions about the enormous instability that's going to create, and the massive crash in living standards and all sorts of things. Eventually, coming out of that, I think it will be good. But, there will be a very, very difficult time in the meantime.
Yeah, what will happen is anybody's guess, but people will go without electricity. People might even go without heat when they need it, of course. People might well go without food or need food charities. Things are going to be very, very dicey. And I think that we are going to see an enormous rise in xenophobia directed towards the recent immigrants. And I think that a lot of those immigrants are going to leave because of radical instability in the European project. I mean, and look, I said this in another stream one time, and a lot of people got upset with me, but it's the truth. Europe has always been a backwater. It's only been in the last 500, 600 years or so that it's been preeminent historically. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm talking about the era between the collapse of the Western Roman Empire in 400?
476 AD is the official date.
Yeah, but I mean, like northern Europe has always been a backwater. Huh? Germany, the UK. Like I said, it's only been the last 500-600 years. And so, if you're looking at the long term, it's kind of like, it would not be surprising if it returned to that backwater status. And the world refocused to the true center of the globe, which has always been Eurasia and Asia.
Rosend and T, thank you for that. Super chat. Jasmine, thank you for that super sticker. FL64, thank you for that super sticker. Alfarius says, on the point of migration crisis in Europe on food and industry, won't the migration flow more towards Asia?
Well, possibly, but I mean, the Asians are not people who particularly like migrants. I mean, that seems to me the historical reality. That's all I can say about that, actually. I think
I can say a little further that they are actively racist. They hate black people out in China, and they do not like Middle Easterners. They don't like anybody who's not Han Chinese, basically, and they only tolerate Westerners, But so I don't think that migrants are going to have a warm welcome in China or any place east.
No.
Ralph says, not to be nattering Naboo, but my mind goes more towards U.S. escalating conflict, insanely believing Russia can be completely defeated militarily. Say good night, Gracie. Thanks for your work.
I'm afraid that I agree with Alex and on this person. I think this is always the great danger here, especially if things over the course of April in Ukraine turn very difficult in Ukraine, and it suddenly dawns on people in Washington and London and in other places that Ukraine is definitely going to go down. And with the economic crisis deepening, I can certainly see a risk that somebody in Washington would start to think about, something we can do to try to reverse the flow of events. And that is a real danger.
Yes, that is the only true danger of the situation. And it seems to come sort of like ebb and flow, because at this time it seems that it's sort of like it's ebbed, that people are like, no, this isn't such a good idea for us to get involved in this situation. But I can easily see that, in a few days' time, it's all of a sudden like, oh yeah, maybe we could get involved and send troops there in Western Ukraine or whatever, And so it's a very, very dicey time. And the Russians are going to have to really kind of like swat at the West in a way that scares the West enough not to mess around. They succeeded with those hypersonic missile strikes. And that's why I think that now it's sort of like ebbed, because those hyper missile strikes really scared NATO because they didn't even see them coming. Okay. And so I think that they're thinking, well, maybe it's just not worth the effort. Maybe, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Let's hope that they stick to that attitude. But we won't know. We won't know until this is all over.
Absolutely.
Juha says, could there be a situation where the U.S. sends troops to Ukraine?
Well, we just discussed this. I hope not. I mean, it's been ruled out. The Pentagon is clearly strongly opposed, but we can't discount these dangers at all, because we've just said, I mean, if the situation turns really bad over the course of April, if the economic crisis in the West deepens, then these people, as we said many times, have no reverse gear. Their temptation might be, on the contrary, to accelerate, to put the foot on the accelerator and to seek a further escalation. They have no further place they can escalate on the economic side. So that might leave open the danger of escalation in some form on the military side. I hope we don't get that.
There's something that I have to point out that I pointed out on Twitter that I want to mention to you, gentlemen. Scott Ritter, who you're going to have on Monday, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a really, really good conversation. I can't wait to listen to it, but I'm going to just listen because you guys should do a one-on-one with him. But the point I want to make is he emphasized the point that the Ukrainian armed forces had been trained to be interoperable with the rest of NATO.
Yeah.
The concept of interoperability is basically that a unit, let's say French, can be taken out and plugged into a division of the German army, and just operate no problem. I mean, just being able to plug and play. And so the Ukrainians have NATO weapons, NATO training, NATO communications, NATO everything. They're essentially a NATO army. I suspect that the level of command and control from the Pentagon might be a lot more than we realize. Not merely that they are in communication and are aware of what the Ukrainian army is doing, but rather that the entire brain power of the Pentagon is behind the Ukrainians. I mean, it's clear that they are feeding the Ukrainians intelligence, satellite and all the rest of it. But it could also be that they are, in essence, micromanaging the Ukrainian war from the Pentagon. And so they're seeing, because it seems the rumors coming out is that the Pentagon is realizing that the F-22 does not work, the Javelin missiles do not work, and so they're realizing that this actual war, real war, is showing that a lot of their equipment is just not functioning in this environment, in this battle environment, and that might be part of the reason that they're so reluctant to have NATO join, because they are seeing up close and personal how NATO tactics, NATO equipment, NATO communications are failing in the actual war. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of truth to it. Now, I'm not a military person, as I repeatedly say, but I've heard stories as well that the Javelins have been a disappointment, and that the Stingers haven't worked at all. But I mean, I'm not going to go further than that, because these are just stories that I've heard, and I can't corroborate them.
Yeah. Ask Scott Ritter when he's on your show.
Yeah, we will.
He's a great guy.
We certainly will.
Really,
we certainly will.
Jennifer, thank you for that super sticker. Roses and Tea says we need better leaders in the U.S. for sure. You are right. The U.S. can survive if it turns inward and works on supporting and improving its own economy and the lives of its own citizens. But will it?
Well, indeed. Well, can I just say something? This is exactly what the US used to do. It had protection. It pursued a policy of economic protection. It developed its economy behind those barriers on a free market basis. But nonetheless, it did, and it prospered, and it became the most powerful economy in the world by far. And I still think if it were to do that, it would prosper again. I think that is the natural and proper and correct economic model for the United States as a self-sufficient continental economy. It produces everything it needs. It's also rich in natural resources. It can function and prosper very well that way. And it can trade with the rest of the world on its own terms. Globalization, by contrast, has never really worked for the United States. It's a corrupted version of British free trade policies. And of course, Britain is a very different type of economy from that of the US.
Too Small says, I hope the US sends troops into Ukraine so the EU will stop building their own EU force. It's a win for the US.
Well, I hope they don't. I mean, I understand the argument. I still hope they don't.
Russell says the F-22 is an amazing plane. The F-35 has issues.
I'm not going to get into a discussion about the technologies and capabilities of these aircraft. I've heard that the F-22, when it was designed and developed in the 80s and early 90s. Hello, are you there, Gonzalo?
You there, Gonzalo? Hello? Gonzalo?
Oh, okay. Well, just to continue, I heard that the F-22 was an absolutely superb aircraft, but of course it's now rather old. I'm not saying it's obsolete, but I mean that technologically speaking, it's no longer quite as cutting edge as it used to be. But that's that's all I've heard.
Lost Gonzalo. He'll come back. He has like Summer 1970 says, as a 60-something-year-old native California, I've seen nothing but a steady rise of inverted totalitarianism.
I understand that. It's true enough.
Yeah, thank you for that. Raymond says, do you think Putin is being incredibly patient with the U.S. and NATO, considering their provocations?
I think he was unbelievably patient until this year,
And I think finally this year he had enough.
Okay. Can you hear us, Gonzalo?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
just a
Okay,
snap.
great. Hear you
Yeah.
as well. Let's see. Divine Insurgent says, "Did you know what happened to the ADAR unit?"
Yeah, apparently been very badly hit about in Donbass, because that's where it is. So there's all these battalions. Azov is just one of them. There's all these, and they're not really battalions. They're more like, because a battalion implies there's about, I understand, 500 or 600 men, but they're actually apparently thousands of people in each of these units. But IDA has apparently been very, very badly knocked about.
Tim, thank you for that super sticker. Balkejan says, "One of those gruesome photos from the helicopter shoutdown showed close-up of boots plus trousers in the U.S. desert camouflage. Caught my eye, but I am probably wrong."
Yeah.
Maybe.
It could very well be.
Yeah. Kurt says, "Power does not corrupt men, fools. However, if they come into power, corrupts power. There must be many fools in the EU."
Well, there certainly are. Absolutely true.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim, once again for that super sticker. Nadit, thank you for that super sticker. Sidebook VR says, "Americans oddly treat the U.S. government as the East India Company LLC, accept the profit and glory, but none of the moral liability, so they can always be moral superiors."
Yeah.
I completely agree.
Completely agree as well. Yeah.
Martial Law says, "You're right about the POW mistreatment galvanizing the Russians, as shown by Putin's approval rating, which is now over 80%.
Yeah, 83% according to Levada, I heard.
And Levada, as I understand it, is not a government.
No, it's not. And indeed, if anything, it's anti-government.
Mike, thank you for that super chat. Tim says, "China's move into the Solomon Islands is the biggest criminal mistake on behalf of my own puppet state, Australia. Complete silence from our government."
Right. This is a topic which we need to really look into, because I suspect it's a huge event and a very big move. But to be straightforward about it, again, because of this overriding focus on Ukraine, I personally haven't really followed this story at all well. But I sense you're right. Again, my very vague memories of the Second World War suggest that the Solomon Islands are a very important place for Australia and for the West in general, and that the Chinese have moved in there in that kind of way is a big event too. But again, I want to be careful what I say, because I haven't followed this closely I haven't followed this story as closely as it certainly deserves.
Alexander, I have a challenge for you. I'm going to, because like you, I have no idea about this Solomon Islands crisis, and I feel just a bit of a fool even mentioning it. So I challenge to you, the gauntlet is thrown, that you and I should brush up on this and really know what we're talking about, and talk about it on a Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Because I think it seems important. I just don't know the implications, and I'm going to look into it carefully.
Me too. Yeah.
Marcos says Azov battalions would be more accurate terminology given their alleged strength before the outbreak of this war. Goodness knows their strength now.
Well, that's entirely correct. I mean, I heard that the force in Mariupol, which is connected with Azov, was numbered 7,000 men out of 14,500 Ukrainian troops who were located there. Well, 7,000 is a lot more than a battalion.
Close to a division,
Amans, thank you for that super sticker. And Raul says, "Keep safe, coach. Thanks, Duran. Biden administration is so bad. It feels they secretly want to end globalization with their policies. Petrodollar destroyed and war losses. Alienate allies like India. Always history of sanctuary for immigrants."
Yeah. I mean, I agree with much of that. And I have to say, I mean, it is an absolutely terrible administration.
Balkajan says, "Can you discuss which possibilities not following Geneva would open up?"
Not following
it.
I'm
chaos.
Straightforwardly, then you're into the world of war crimes and war crimes trials. Now, of course, there are jurisdictions, external jurisdictions, that are supposed to administer these things.
But if war crimes happen, then of course it becomes possible at that point for the Russians to exact their own justice, through proper due process means against people who have committed crimes against their soldiers.
Mm-hmm. I think what we're going to happen, though, is that even though the political order has been given to be as careful as possible with civilians and to try to minimize loss of life in the opposing army, which I think that those were the twin political directives, I think that the Russian soldiers will basically say, yeah, the civilians, we're not going to hurt them, but these guys, we're going to just flamethrow them. We're just going to go to town on them. And I think that because it is extraordinarily, I mean, to anybody who saw those videos, just a person who has nothing to do with the conflict, it was horrifying. And so I can only imagine what it would feel like to be a Russian soldier, to see men in the same uniform that you are wearing, suffering such treatment and abuse and horror. And I think that that is uncontrollable. And I think that the Russians are simply not going to even bother trying to control the reaction of their soldiers in that regard, because I think it's beyond the pale as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Tony says the U.S. has to go back to the way it was before the globalists took over their government and their media, when it was the greatest engine of production and wealth the world has ever seen. This can happen starting with the midterms in November. The American people will not put up with this any longer.
Well, I hope so. I agree that the United States can recover many of its energies, and on the business of it being, the greatest economic driver the world has ever seen. Can I just say, I mean, to understand how much that was true in the 1940s, 1950s, the US accounted for, I think, double the percentage of world industrial manufacturing that China does today. I mean, the US was far ahead. It's astonishing to what an extent that has been frittered away. Even allowing for the fact, that after the 1950s, other economies developed and grew. It's still extraordinary how much globalization and those kind of economic policies have weakened it.
Ronald says, are the Russians obligated to treat the Azov prisoners as prisoners of war?
I don't know. I think yes is the short answer, because they are part of the Ukrainian armed forces.
I think that yes, on a legal sense, they are supposed to. And I think that if there's any camera present, the Russians will be very careful about treating them with respect and all the rest of it. But when the cameras are not around, I wouldn't really want to be there. Because I've seen a lot of a video of the Russians capturing just regular Ukrainian armed forces, non-Azov battalion, non-tattooed members, because that's the test that they give everybody, by the way. They check to see if they have tattoos. Tattoos of these organizations. If they do, it's a completely different treatment. If they don't have any tattoos, if they're just a regular soldier, they seem to treat them with respect and dignity, and don't abuse them. I've seen a lot of videos on Telegram, so I can't speak with any kind of authority because it's anecdotal, but it seems that they're being treated fairly. But those who are Azov, oh boy. It's very clear that they're just waiting for the camera to go off so that they can, God knows what, do to them. So it's going to be ugly.
Raul says, thanks, Valies, for being a great moderator. I'll second that. Thank you to all our moderators. Thank you, Valies. Tristan says, show on Pan Americas, Indonesia sided with China.
Oh, yes, I've heard that too. I mean, Indonesia is another major oil producer, by the way. But absolutely, I mean, the ASEAN, which of course Indonesia is a major part, has refused to become a pro-American bloc against China in the Asia Pacific region. I think the only country that's times shown some slight wobbling has been Singapore, and I gather the Singapore Prime Minister has been in the United States recently, and apparently he said to the Americans, you're joined at the hip economically with the Chinese. You've got to act with some degree of self-control and restraint. That's what I've heard anyway.
Alexandra says, with the financial architecture collapsing and the creation of an alternative underway, is a World War III scenario more likely? The neocons finally stop thinking of Russia as weak and possible to topple.
I hope not. I still think that there are enough sane people around to restrain that. But, I was just receiving information that, the European Union is now stockpiling on medications to prepare for possible nuclear war. It's in the Daily Telegraph. It's the lead story there. I mean, if people are talking and thinking in that kind of way, then, I mean, we're in a very difficult position, to put it mildly.
And also what happens is that when you start thinking in that direction, it sort of like it acquires a momentum of all its own that you wind up going in that direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely correct. That's entirely right. It's the lead story in the Daily Telegraph. The EU stockpiling drugs in case of nuclear strike.
Jesus.
That's the lead story in the Daily Telegraph at the moment. Which
if we had competent leadership, the prime minister, or not even the prime minister, it would be a chief of staff. Somebody would have called up the editor-in-chief of the Telegram and told them, take off that headline now, because we cannot allow this kind of panic to get its hooks into the people. But we don't have that leadership.
No, we don't have that leadership. You're absolutely right about that. And by the way, the Daily Telegraph is extremely close politically to Boris Johnson and his government. I mean, he used to, until a very short time ago, write a column for it.
Maria, thank you for that super sticker. Mandalore's Wise says, is there any remaining Ukraine military resistance aside from the Azov holdout, or is the war nearly over?
Oh, no, I don't think it's over, nearly over. I mean, there's the Azov people fighting, obviously, in Mariupol, but the major battles are going to be in Donbass, where, as I said, the best part of the Ukrainian army is located. And of course, they've got all kinds of fortifications, apparently, that they're there. Now, that's interesting, by the way, that they built all those fortified lines over the last 8 years. And that really begs a lot of questions as to why they did that exactly. But anyway, that's another discussion for another day. But I reckon it's going to take several weeks before we actually see a real, this siege starting to have its really decisive end.
Hey man,
I just ask? I just, before we go on, Gonzalo, ask what's the mood in Kharkiv at the moment? Is it calmer? Is there?
Yeah, it's calmer, very quiet. There hasn't been any shelling from that I can hear of, because my position is basically close to the center. Close enough to the center that I get a sense of what's going on the outskirts. The fighting, like a couple of weeks ago, it started getting more intense and closer, and it got a lot closer until about 5 days ago, I would say. And then over the last 3 days, I would say it's been quiet. Today, it's been exceedingly quiet, as if the tide had receded. Now, the problem is, of course, that as a practical matter, I can no longer leave the city. The roads are all blocked by checkpoints. And it's not an issue of documentation. It's an issue of bribery and the I mean, we have to face facts. The local forces that are controlling the checkpoints demand bribes. And I think I've mentioned this to you guys before. It's $200 or 200 euros, between 200 and 500 per person per checkpoint. Okay, and you can have between 1 and 3 checkpoints depending on the route that you take. And there's also something else that's coming up that they have been putting. I swear to God, this is true. There's video of this. They have been putting mines on the roads. And so you have to go like between the mines. And there's video, lots of video, by the way, of people in their cars having to sort of like drive diagonally with the mines underneath them. Like their tires between the rows of mines to pass by. These are anti-tank mines, but of course, the mines don't differentiate between a tank and a car. And so it's unnerving, as you can imagine. And of course, there's also no sign, and the mines are very low to the ground, and of course they're dark. So you can't go very fast on the roads anymore. You have to be very, very slow in case of these mines. And then the problem is the checkpoints, where what I've been reading from local Telegram channels that discuss the issue, what's going on is that a lot of these checkpoints, they are requiring payment, and if they suspect you have more money, they'll just strip search you and just look for more money, and take all of it, and so it's. And there's also the fear, but a lot of people say that they have the fear that they're going to be shot at. But as far as I know, no checkpoint has shot at them, but they have stolen from them. So it's, once you get to the Russian side, it seems to be okay. The Russians are they are checking to make sure that you are not a fighter of one of the bad groups and any of the Nazi groups that's fleeing, because they want to get a hold of you if you are. But if you're just a regular civilian, they have no interest in harming you, and they'll just allow you to go through. And they'll, if you are traveling by car, that is, okay. But right now, there's no humanitarian evacuation because the Russians do not control Kharkov by any stretch of the imagination. They are far outside the city, but they are putting pressure, and that's what's been pinning down a substantial number of Ukrainian fighters. The other problem, of course, is that the reason you have all this damage to civilian buildings and various localized infrastructure is because the Ukrainian armed forces deliberately puts its equipment, trucks, armored personnel carriers, and self-propelled guns near housing, near civilian infrastructure, so that the civilian infrastructure is basically acting as a human shield, and if it gets hit, it's a good PR. It has good PR value, and this is a fact. And this is the way that this war is being fought by the Ukrainian armed forces.
Yeah, can I just say, I gather the Washington Post admitted for the first time that the Ukrainians have put heavy weapons in residential areas. I'm just looking at the BBC, and there's an actual film of what you've just been saying, Gonzalo. Ukraine war, cars appear to drive around landmines placed in road near Kiev. A video has emerged on social media which appear to show cars carefully driving around landmines in the road, believed to be the E373 near the village of Potoshnaya, northwest of Kiev. The BBC cannot independently verify the video or confirm who placed the mines.
Oh, that's come on.
Well, quite. Anyway, that's one story. And then there's also been a report, I believe, on Al Jazeera that Ukrainian troops were seen moving around in ambulances.
That was so funny. Yes. You know what happened? See, the Al Jazeera reporter was, doing a on the ground reportage, right? And the cameraman started panning to the right slowly to get a good view of everything. And just then an ambulance arrived, and the cameraman just slowly followed the ambulance and settled on the ambulance. And all of a sudden, the door of the ambulance, the side door of the ambulance, opened up, and about 8 troopers, eight Ukrainian fighters came out of the ambulance. It was just so funny. And the some people have told me on Twitter, they told me that the reporter, the Al Jazeera reporter, started just vamping and trying to distract attention from the fact that, he's saying, these fighters must have been injured, and that's why they were being brought in an ambulance. And of course, the fighters were perfectly healthy. They were simply using the ambulance as transport. It was just very funny. Yes.
One sec. Theofossi says, can you recommend the best book on Vladimir Putin, please?
None. Straightforwardly, there isn't a single good book on Putin. None that I've seen. I mean, partly it's his own making, because he is very careful. He doesn't provide a great deal of information about himself and at all. But a really good book on Vladimir Putin, as far as I'm concerned, does not exist.
I would recommend the Oliver Stone documentaries. They're exceptionally good. And I think that though there might not be a good book, the interviews are very, very good, and they give a very good idea of Putin. Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. But a biography of Putin has not that I would consider measures up to any kind of rigor has not yet been written. Every single biography that's been written that I've seen has been rubbish, and worse than rubbish sometimes.
Yeah, agree.
Heyman says, we've banned ourselves from Russian goods just so we can be extorted by actors in the global south. Furthermore, China now holds more leverage on both blocks and well-positioned to avoid direct conflict.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. I think that the Chinese have come out the biggest winners out of this affair. And, again, it's extraordinary how we've got ourselves into this position.
Hailu says, the Western project to destroy Ethiopia in 2021 was broken by the Ethiopian people and the help of Russia, China, and India. Thank you, Russia, China, and Ethiopia.
Okay.
Excellent comment. Thank you, Hailu, for that. Kathleen says, a very clever move on Putin's part. Not that as an American I like it financially, but still, rubles and Russian banks. Oh, my.
Indeed, yeah.
Thank you for that. Harry says, my prediction for most likely false flag attempt, God forbid, successfully to take out the world's boyfriend, Zelensky, just to blame Putin. Thoughts?
Well, something I'm thinking, and I noticed that article in the Washington Post, and you sent me that article just now that I'll watch later. I can't watch it while I'm talking to you from the BBC. Do you gentlemen see the Western media turning against Ukraine? Kind of like admitting, they're not that heroic. Maybe we hitched our wagon to the wrong horse. Do you see that or not at all?
It would require a massive event for that to happen. I mean, a coup in Kiev, something on that scale. I mean, it would really, really need to be something very, very big.
Moment.
Absolutely, yeah.
It would need an Avenatti moment.
That's probably true, yeah.
Yeah, so it hasn't happened in your estimation, or it's not going to happen in your estimation.
Not for the moment, at least. I mean, it would be. I mean, so many media reputations now are so bound up with Ukraine that I just it would be very, very difficult for them just to turn around and suddenly say, well, it was all wrong all along. Yeah. I mean, it would be. I can't see it happening.
They're whitewashing NAZIs, for God's sake.
Yeah. Literally.
Yes.
Literally.
Yes.
This is after like 5 years of them screaming that they see white supremacists and NAZIs around every corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean,
yeah. No, I was asking because of these two articles, the Washington Post and the BBC, and I was wondering if the tide had kind of like begun to turn, but if you're thinking that it was sort of just a trial balloon to see how those two articles would fly and then it's not going to happen, then
yes.
There's an announcement that 30 more countries are now going to tap into their strategic oil reserves.
Yeah, of course.
What does that tell you? Does that worry you that we are heading towards a big war? The fact that all these countries seem to be tapping into their oil reserves. I'm kind of a little suspicious about this.
I would say on balance, if anything, it says the opposite. If they're all clinging on, if they were all going to war or planning to go to war, worrying about going to war, they would presumably be clinging on to their oil reserves, not taking oil out of them. But it's part of Biden's attempt. And of course, always we got to remember they may make a release from their oil reserves, but we don't know how big that release is going to be. Last time the administration did this a couple of months ago, I remember that the actual amount that was released by most of the other countries was very small.
Yeah.
Well, also, I think that they recognize that when things really turn south economically, they're going to have their hands full with their own people. And so to go into some military adventure is not going to really solve the problem. They're going to have to, I think they're going to crack down on their own people, all of these Western democracies, rather than turn around and fight the Russians, especially if they're scared of the Russians. Because they're not scared of their own people, and they don't have any problem repressing their own people. We've seen this before. And so if people start going hungry and start really protesting and really making a fuss, I think that their fear would make them lash out at their own people and harm their own people. before they would try to go to war with a peer
Yeah.
that knows what it's doing militarily. I mean, whatever you may think of the Russians, they more or less have a clear idea as to what they're doing, and they have proven themselves to be extremely capable militarily. So that's my thinking. They'll crack down on their own people first.
Yes.
Freedom says my comment on any comment on Putin advisors under house arrest.
Well, not true. I just don't believe it. I mean, I mean, can I just say? I mean, you must be really careful about these stories. I mean, again, it was the Daily Telegraph, admittedly, which is perhaps the more ludicrous one. But I just saw in the Daily Telegraph a short time ago a story about Putin having been visited by a cancer doctor 35 times in a space of a year or something like this. I mean, there is an awful lot of disinformation about this. I've seen nothing like that. Nothing in Russia that gives any suggestion that anything like this is happening. By the way, and for the record, I'd also be very wary of some of the claims about all these Russian generals who were supposed to have been killed in the fighting. It's important to say that the Russians have only confirmed one, and that was on the very day that the man was apparently killed. They've never commented about any of the others. So, we don't know whether those reports are true. The way in which people rushed to accept them as true, I mean, they may be true, but they're unverified.
Yeah, and one of the generals that was for sure dead appeared later with Kadyrov. So either they were mistaken, or this general somehow had the power to come back from the dead. It's nonsense. I think that all of these rumors, they're just nonsensical. And so just dismiss them. It's just propaganda to sell newspapers. I mean, not even to push a narrative, just to sell newspapers and get attention.
I agree.
Daniel, thank you for that super sticker. Russell Hall says Russia is using gold to check their currency.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Tim Ash, by the way, who's a financial person who might have all kinds of feelings about. Anyway, he was talking about how this isn't a real market that the Russians have. Since when has anybody in the West operated in real markets where financial matters are concerned?
Jeff says the EU canceled V and Z, so Ukraine's president is now Volodymyr Zelensky.
True enough.
Very true. Hunger, the die merchant says every department of the USG is designed for one thing only: to fight World War II. They are incapable of operating any other way. USG structurally cannot adopt isolationism at home. It needs its own reboot or reset.
Yeah.
Very true. Gordon says, thank you for your neutral insight and analysis. So welcome in our global village right now. Thank you for that, Gordon. Rocky Luck says, what is the probability that the biolabs in Ukraine are connected with Porton Down and the poisoning of Skripal's Navalny? That's interesting.
I'm not going to speculate on the second.
No,
but
no idea.
I have no idea about the second. On the connection to Porton Down, well, why not? I mean, possibly. I mean, again, I don't know, and I want to stress I don't know. But after all, Britain, the United States are very closely connected in most types of research of this nature. So why wouldn't they be connected with this type of research? And I would find it very difficult to believe, given that these were apparently military-funded projects, that the British were not being kept fully informed about what was going on there.
Andy says, love your work, crushing it every day. Thank you, Andy. And AD says, there were at least 6 NATO French officers in Aleppo back in 2018. By the way, where did those helicopters reach Mariupol from?
Yeah, very good question. I've heard from Dnipro, whatever it is.
Dnipropetrovsk.
Petrovsk, exactly. That's where I've heard that they originated from. But, I don't know. And it'd be very interesting to find out. Yeah.
What I heard is that one of the helicopters was spotted before it arrived, and the Russians deliberately let it land and pick up its passengers before shooting it down.
I heard exactly the same thing.
Juan Farouz says, question, the only way to have this world fixed is by changing the financial deep state. Do you agree?
Well, absolutely. And I'm going to say I had this conversation some months ago, actually, with Mitch Feinstein, who always talks about, financial things not being right, and that the world's a Ponzi scheme and all of this. And I did say to him that, if he's right, then it explains a great deal, because, of course, if money isn't sound, if money isn't what it's meant to be, then that ultimately distorts everything, because money, the financial system is at the core of the world economy, of any economy. And if financial system is essentially as Ponzi-ish as he says, then you have to conceal it. That means you have to control what goes in the business media, what goes on in the general media. It affects the way the politicians work. It affects everything in the end. So financial systems, deep states, corruption in the media, political systems, they're all connected.
Stephen, thank you for that super chat. Devin Ball says, what countries does an anti-American bloc in the EU?
At the moment, there isn't an anti-American bloc in the EU. There is Orban, who's not even anti-American, by the way. He got very, very well with Trump. He is somebody who I think is concerned about this extraordinary flow of policy that we're seeing. But there isn't an anti-American bloc in the EU. I mean, to be straightforward about it, not at the level of government.
I think that people have to realize something. There isn't anti-Americanism per se. It's that rather the Americans, especially over the last 20 years, have just gone out of their way to make so many enemies. And that's the issue. And I would argue that it really started with the Clinton administration, because George Herbert Walker Bush was exceptionally gifted at making strong friends around the world.
Yes,
and that was one of his great qualities. It was one of the few people, apart from Nixon, who actually knew what he was doing insofar as foreign policy is concerned.
Yes.
But starting with the Clinton administration, they went out of their way to antagonize people. Antagonize people when they didn't need to. And this only has accelerated over the years. It became worse with the global war on terror, and then the Obama administration, which in many ways increased the despotic nature of American intervention around the world. And so now a lot of people who have been just sick and tired for the last 25 odd years are seeing that the Americans and the Europeans are going to get their comeuppance, and they're happy about it. I mean, it's a perfectly normal reaction. If you have somebody who's abusing you all the time, and then finally somebody sticks up to them and really pokes them hard, well, you're happy about it. It's a natural human reaction.
Yes.
The chat says, in history, new money and newly gained personal power have always behaved unsophisticatedly and snooty. I had encounters with such people. I understand the Swiss, but they can be very overbearing too.
They can. I mean, I know some very, very gracious Swiss friends, actually. So, I should understand that as well. I should just mention that as well, I think. I take the point.
Toilet Sauce says, Alexander, you once said that China wouldn't want for the RMB to become the reserve currency. Do they have an agreement with Russia to make the ruble the reserve currency?
No, I don't. I don't think they have an agreement for the ruble to become the reserve currency. And when I said the RMB, what I meant by that was that not the RMB in its present form, and not perhaps a global reserve currency in replacement, in substitution for the dollar, because I think that the Chinese have seen what happened to the United States by running the global reserve currency in the way that it did. And I think they recognize that whatever short and medium term gains the United States achieved by that, it has ultimately weakened the foundations of the US economy. And I think the Chinese don't want to go there. But what I think the Chinese want is a basket of different currencies, probably underpinned by things like commodities and gold and all sorts of things like that. In other words, a completely different sort of system of payments. The ruble would obviously be a part of that, but I don't think it would be the only part of it, or certainly not the main part of it.
Sparky says, should Britain fire up their forges and looms?
We don't have any of those. We don't have any left.
Super Rod said, would the media narrative change if the Russian tanks had rainbow flags and the reason for the special operation was to give Zelensky a sex change? Super Rob.
I think I will pass that one.
Yeah. Lavajaslava says, will Russia be retracting all artwork and music from Western media and museums if sanctions are not lifted?
Well, you mean artwork on loan? In other words, Russian-owned artworks.
Well, actually, to butt in, there was a story I saw, and I forget the name of the artist, but it was in Paris, that there was some exhibition of Russian art that apparently Macron himself was very fond of this Russian artist. And the French, from the article, and it was a few weeks ago and other things cropped up, but the article said that the French were refusing to return it, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can.
It was a private collection. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a collection that was in exhibition. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was on loan, and they basically confiscated it. I mean, theft outright of Russian patrimony. It's we've oh, no, I know. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely do. Yeah.
No, it's just insane.
Yeah.
Tatiana, thank you for that super chat. Rare Wolf, thank you for that super chat. Dan Noya says, theft of economies by the northeastern banks is nothing new. The savings and loan crisis in the 80s. In the U.S., it was used to seize assets in Texas for pennies on the dollar. I'm rooting for Putin.
Yeah, I mean, it's never been done on this scale in terms of international economies before. I mean, it's been done internally, but Americans stealing money from Americans, even American governments stealing money from Americans, has never really been a problem for people around the world. But when it starts to happen around the world, when the American government starts taking money that belongs to other countries, well, then that's a very different thing.
Sparky says J.R.R. Tolkien and Walt Disney have nothing on the fantasy world the Western leaders live in.
Absolutely true.
Agree.
Good comment, Sparky. Dave March says, if one country in the world has proven it can go from poverty and degeneracy to nearly conquering the world in 6 years, it's Germany.
Well, I know what you mean, but it didn't end well for them. So let's not look at that as a model.
Stephen, thank you for that super sticker. Russell says, a young dragon that attacks a weakening but much larger dragon over a morsel risks destruction. Why rouse a dying dragon? Where's the profit?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point. I mean, governments can make all kinds of very, very, very big mistakes, but I think that definitely one should choose one's enemies wisely, and one should always be very careful, provoking and starting conflicts, which can end very badly for you.
Sarah HH says, China is the center of the world, always has been, always will be, the Middle Kingdom. The rest of us are just wild barbarians beyond the borders.
Certainly, I met Chinese who, have almost said so.
Thank you for that super chat. Adabika says, if the EU leaves the USA, it might just be successful in surviving the Ukraine crisis. Do you think China can replace the USA in the New World Order? Will that work for the world peace?
Any Chinese-centered system will be so radically different from the one that we have today. I think it's very difficult conceptually to imagine it. Personally, I have to say this. I think if the current system, which is based around the US, collapses, then so will the EU, because the two are just so interconnected with each other.
Yeah. Yes. I would argue that it's not really going to be a China-centered world. Like the United States created a U.S.-centered world after the Second World War. It is going to be a multipolar world. You will have China and India and Russia as very different, but working in tandem. Because I think that they will recognize that the smart thing for the three of them is to iron out any differences. If any differences between them crop up, quickly pacify them and be willing to give and take. Because they're close enough in terms of power that they recognize that they have to negotiate with one another. And so that actually augurs for long-term peace between them. And I would include Iran into this. Of course, Iran would be like the the smaller partner, the junior partner, if you will.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it has a lot to give. Now, the issue becomes if these countries, these major powers, come to some modus vivendi that is very pacific, very stable, very rational, based on mutual, not merely cooperation, but mutual give and take, then we could have a period of enormous prosperity for all of them. And also, I think it would translate to cultural issues and social issues of just a renewed dynamism and vigor, especially in Russia, which I think is the untapped, it's the untapped country that could become extremely powerful on a cultural and intellectual level. They have everything it takes to be that. And so that's why I'm very hopeful that this conflict is resolved without going to the extremes, that Europe and the United States become isolated, and because of internal problems of their own, they kind of like start to fall apart, and that the Russian nation starts to rebuild, because economically it has rebuilt over the last 20 years. And it would be a wonderful thing if the Russian nation were to rebuild morally and culturally over the next 60 years or so.
Yes. Well, can I say, I think that's absolutely right. And just to make one point, which I've already made earlier in this program, the difficulty with creating a China-centric world is that China today, in terms of its manufacturing capabilities, which are its strongest card, is still much smaller relative to world manufacturing output than the US was in the 1940s, 1950s, when the US-centric world was built. So you're starting from a much smaller level where China is. I don't think that's what they want anyway. I think they have a much more realistic understanding of their own capabilities.
Yes, I would agree. I think that they recognize that being the lone power at the top in the end is just risky. Smarter to be one of a peer, of a small group of peers, perhaps premier inter pares, but still with peers to create that stability.
Could you see Canada ratcheting up oil sand exports as well as wheat to Europe?
Well, it can do, but I mean, it can only do so up to a point. So this is. I mean, it can't replace Russia, and of course, the risk is, and this is the same, by the way, with liquefied natural gas from the United States. If Canada starts to do that, if it starts refocusing on Europe, and it neglects its US market, which has been its major market up to now, then of course what you're simply going to see is prices are going to rise in the United States, and because we have a global market in energy, that will also mean in the end higher prices in Europe for energy and food.
All right,
gentlemen, says the same unfortunately sorry, but unfortunately, I wanted to stay to help you guys answer all the questions, but unfortunately, I have to go. So I just want to say my goodbyes at this time.
Absolutely.
And Gonzalo, you've been incredible as always.
Oh, thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you so much for always having me on. And chat, you ought to know that these kind gentlemen have often sent me emails and expressing the kindest wishes. And I thank you so much. It means a great deal to me. And you have no idea how much I appreciate it.
It's our pleasure. And Gonzalo, please stay safe, take care of yourself. And
I'm really looking forward to you two interviewing Scott Ritter, because he is I spoke with him a couple of days ago. Alex Christopherou was kind enough to produce it, but unfortunately we had some technical snafus that it was just easier because of time constraints to do it on Twitter. And so the recording is on Twitter, but I know that you guys are going to do a show with him on Monday, I believe.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a great show, and I encourage everybody to go and check it out. And when it's on, I will be sure to promote it in all of my avenues. Okay?
Yeah. Well, you're welcome. As we said, you have an open invitation to join us on that show, even if you just want to be one of the boxes right here on the screen that listens, just to sit in the box and listen. That's also cool.
No, I think that honestly, for a roundtable conversation later on, of course, but this is the first time that you've had Scott on, and I think that you guys especially will get a lot out of him, because I certainly did when I spoke with him. He's a fount of knowledge, and I really look forward to the show with you guys. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Gonzalo. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, and chat. Thank you very much. You guys all take it easy.
Take care, Gonzalo. Bye-bye. Always great having Gonzalo on.
Absolutely.
Where were we? Sparky said the same people who are brainwashed and freaked out about questionable climate change hazard don't know enough to think twice about nuclear war.
So completely true. I mean, that is so very, very, very true. And it's been something I've been talking about for ages.
Let's see. Aman, thank you for that super sticker. Not intimidated. Thank you for that super sticker. Miklenko said, will a Ukrainian strike cause serious disruptions?
No, not at all. It's a mosquito bite, to put it in its. It has no military significance, which doesn't mean it wasn't worthwhile to do from a PR point of view. And PR is a part of war. I mean, it's a way of raising morale. Gives the appearance of plucky Ukrainians, and all that. But it's strange that the Ukrainians took such a long time to admit that it had even happened.
Jane, thank you for that super sticker. Too Small says, if the EU only uses euro for Russian gas and Russia asks for the ruble, if the gas stops, EU people suffer, and it's still a United States win.
Well, in a kind of a way, but I don't really. Well, actually, I'm not sure I even agree with that. Actually, I mean, if there's a massive economic crisis in Europe, that will have an effect on the United States itself, because Europe is a key trading partner of the US. It could also start to feed into the US banking system, which would be extremely bad for the US. And of course, if all that leads to a political crisis in Europe, then of course that might be extremely bad for the US, especially if some politicians or some change in Europe happens, which causes Europe to start, or some people in Europe to start questioning the direction of policy. So I think that it would not be a good result for the United States, actually.
Pratik says 1971 saw the end of the gold standard. Are we seeing the birth of a monetary order that will be based on commodities that would expose fiat currencies the world over that are based on mere faith?
The IMF seems to think so. I mean, they issued a very carefully worded report, but clearly they're starting to think that that's exactly the way the world is going.
Aprilia says, what do you think, guys, about a 9th of May Victory Day is coming up in Russia? And it sounds like Russia will try to finish it before that.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
I also agree.
I've thought about that for a very long time. I think
that may be the plan.
Yeah,
I think that may be the plan. Yeah. Marcos 588 says, as an Aussie, our government sold Darwin port to the Chinese. Now with Taiwan in the crosshair and the Solomon crisis, they might achieve what Imperial Japan didn't, cutting us off from a now waning United States.
I get the real sense that the Solomon Islands thing is a really big event, actually. And as I said earlier in the program, and as we discussed with Gonzalo, it's something that we absolutely have to get on top of. The problem with this Ukraine crisis is it's drained all the attention from every other big issue. But I think the Solomon Island thing is big.
Yeah. Tristan says Australia needs to understand the US's commitment level. Is it show?
Well, I didn't know it's always show, but I mean, Ukraine's discovered that it's not able to get US help. I think the Ukrainians were very, very disappointed by the outcome of the NATO and other summits last week and Biden's trip to Europe.
And Tristan sends a super chat about the all caps. Don't worry about it, Tristan. It's all good. Ivalo says, is it true the technological sanctions on Russia are preventing it from resupplying manufacturing its high-tech military arsenal?
No, I don't believe that. I mean, you hear all kinds of things. Some very kind person, by the way, sent me a program
on YouTube about, I should acknowledge now, about Russian chip manufacturing and the fact that, that the Russians are supposedly 15 years behind in chip manufacturing. It's all based upon the problems of one particular company, which I'd already heard about. And I understand that this is now wildly out of date and is based on very, very incomplete information. And I think this is true right the way through. I mean, a country that was the first to develop hypersonic systems, missiles, which bear in mind the United States hasn't done so up to now, is clearly not behind in high tech, at least in terms of the military applications of high tech.
Michael Phoenix says, by entering the hegemony of the dollar globalist agenda, is it to empower rules based on law and power? Rules based on law and power.
Well, the problem with the current system, the world financial system based around the dollar, is that it became an overwhelming temptation for the neocons to try and usurp it and use it, abuse it, to achieve their political and geopolitical objectives. And that's why it's lost a lot of its credibility, because it is no longer rules based. I mean, we've discussed this already. I mean, imposing sanctions, you call them sanctions, but others who are the target of these so-called sanctions are entitled to call it a default. And from their point of view, it's a default. You accuse others of breaking contracts, but of course, when you impose sanctions, you are yourself in effect breaking contracts. So when you behave in that way, it undermines the rules, the laws, the basis of trust upon which a financial system is created. And that's what the US has been doing to the current financial system that exists now. Now, when we were saying this before, Alex and I in earlier programs, and other people were saying it, and there are lots of other people who were saying it, this is a view you would find in independent media. Now, even mainstream media, even places like the Financial Times, are talking about this increasingly.
One sec. Aaron Raisey says Special Forces seize strategic petroleum reserves after Biden gives away 35 million plus barrels. This was the article on February 26, 2022. Have you heard this?
No.
Haven't heard this? No. Nope. But if you have a link, please drop it in the chat. Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Davis says the overplay of panic will play into the Great Reset UN 2030 agenda. Hence, the MSM pulled the stunt with toilet roll shortage false claim.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. And as I've said this already. If this is the agenda, if this is why what is happening, then the people who are doing this may think they're geniuses, but they're actually fools. They are creating the conditions for their own failure.
Flying Boar,
and their whole plan, because you can't build through the kind of chaos that they're trying to engender, if that is their plan.
Flying Boar says, Gonzalo, what do you think? What does Gonzalo think of the Klitschko brothers?
Oh, we'll have to ask him next time.
I'll ask him.
I'll tell you what I think.
Great boxers.
Great boxers. Perhaps not in terms of, if you're talking about the mayor of Kiev, perhaps not the brightest knife in the drawer.
No, exactly. Not they shouldn't be in politics, but they were definitely legendary boxers. No doubt. Azariel says, Gonzalo, where is Tiffany Dover and Free Assange? We'll pass that on to Gonzalo Azariel. Thank you very much for that. Vince says, do you guys think that any potential new coup restrictions in the U.S. could be a cover for the economic issues as a result of sanctions?
That's an interesting thought. I would have thought that the administration would be extremely well advised not to go down that road. If they tried to do it, I think far from being something that would win them support, well, win the support from some people, but I think generally, I think there would be just an explosion of anger, and I think that would really probably sweep them away. That's my own guess.
Chris says this conflict has exposed the dissonance between America's elite establishment and the people it no longer represents. Well said.
I agree with that.
Well said, Chris. Yes. Yeah. Yes. K1 F8 says, Alexander, what is your standard response to 1.E4? I don't understand that.
No, I don't understand.
1E4. I don't understand that. K1, can you drop something in the chat to clarify? Charlie, thank you for joining the Duran community. Mohammed, thank you for that super chat. Heyman says, there cannot be a decoupling with China because they will seize all of the world's industry and the West will seize a bunch of empty apartments in Soho.
True enough.
True. Maria Antonia Young says, is the current scarcity narrative a planned outcome? Hints of food scarcity due to the coup were being spread long before the sanctions.
Yes, I mean, we've discussed, as I said, we're to some extent repeating ourselves. The talk of food scarcity is real. It did start under the coup, but it's the events that are taking place, the fact that it's getting far worse is real. Now, it may be that some people have wanted some of this to happen, but as I've said previously, if that is so, then they are basically sowing the whirlwind, which will blow them away.
I'm still not getting the E4 thing. I'm seeing some people write it, but I must be missing something. Sorry, guys. Brian Porter, welcome to the Duran community. Henry Walker says, is mass immigration, media, banking class revenge for what happened in the mid-20th century?
Not sure I fully understand that. I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean. If you mean, is this somehow a revolt by the financial class against the structures that were created after the New Deal? I think that happened actually much earlier than that in the 1990s with the Clinton administration.
1E4 is a chess opening.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I still don't quite get the super chat question.
No, I still don't quite get it either, but anyway, never mind.
Well, I'll keep on monitoring the chat and see if I understand it. Lady Cosmica says, would you lads still consider trying to get Neil Oliver on at some point in the future? As a historian, he's very knowledgeable and has a lot to say about the state of things. I love listening to him. It's big names like that are hard to get. And getting people on the show it's a lot of work to book people and get them on. It's a lot. And we're only two guys, so
absolutely.
Contrary to what some people might say, we are only two guys. So Lana says about the Russians eliminating all Ukrainians because of war crimes. There is still a bond between our two nations. We are tied by the same blood.
I understand that. I mean, well, we'll see what happens, but I still think that they will go after the people who've committed war crimes. But they're not the whole of Ukraine, and they're not the entire Ukrainian population.
Okay, so 1E4 best by test, Bobby Fischer. Best by test, Bobby Fischer. 1E4. So the question was, Alexander, what is your standard response to 1E4 best by test?
I'm still not sure I understand the question.
I guess the question is, what is your response when someone says best to test or best by test?
Well, I see. Okay. Well, I think that there's some merit in it, in the sense that obviously, if you're going to try and start something, you test it, but you've got to be very careful going down that particular road. I mean, let's say, is it a good idea to test nuclear weapons by using them to find out, whether they really work? I mean, there are that, you can't apply it to everything, it seems to me.
Yeah. Pawn to kings 4 is Fisher's
pawn
day.
to king.
Cool.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you for that. King Jack says one of three messages. Asked you about having on Maneko 64 the other day, so I super chatted him, said he is open to coming on. He's a Florida man who grew up in Brazil and Switzerland, where he finished his degree, international relations with economics, lives in London. Would be great to talk about the possible Russia, China, India, currency set, geopolitics, etc. He knows a lot about banking and natural resources, sound money, ending the Fed. if he is interested, we would love to have him on. Absolutely. Have him email me. Email me and write in the subject who he is, because sometimes I miss a lot of emails. So just have him email me. Teodoro, thank you for that super sticker. Sophia, can you comment on the situation inside Russia? I'm losing my words, Alexander. Sorry, guys. One sec. Sophia says, can you comment on the situation inside Russia? And may I ask if you exercise the same wariness when reading Russia media as you do with Western media?
Absolutely. And of course, you got in a good example earlier when we had that story from the intelligence agencies, the Russian intelligence agency, saying, that the Ukrainians have told the British that they're not going to pay any attention to the Geneva Convention. I'm very skeptical about that story. I really am. So absolutely. I mean, you've got to be very, very careful reading any part of the media. Now, about the situation in Russia itself, to a degree that I have never been now for a long time, I am cut off from the country. So, I'm not there. It's very difficult now to visit, extremely difficult, where it used to be fairly straightforward. I do have people I know there, and their basic story is that it's stable, that life goes on. Life goes on, exactly. Yeah,
I confirm that and I know quite a lot of people there. Friends that I know there, and they're saying it was hard the first 2 weeks. It was a shock, a little bit of a shock the first 2 weeks. Now they're saying that it's pretty normal. They're saying as normal as it can be. I don't want to say as it can be normal, as normal as it can be.
Yes.
Zariel says both Alex's E2 to E4 is the most common chess opening, and if done well, white cannot lose. No depends on who is white here. Russia. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's Russia's chess move.
Oh, I see. Okay, right. Gosh. Well, the Russians are the Russians are very good chess players, so no doubt they know exactly what correct chess moves to make.
Gordon, thank you for that super sticker. Raylin, thank you for that super chat. Jacob says, I just lost it, Jacob. Your super chat. Keep on going. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Jacob, for that. Chris says, no, I read that, Chris. The conflict has exposed the dissonance that I read. Nick Lou says, hi, Gonzalo, the two Alexanders. You have gained a lot of Chinese audience recently. Your videos are all around China online media. I had no idea.
Wow.
I imagine yours are. I mean, you do a lot of analysis with China, Alexander.
Yeah,
or you started to.
Yes. Done less recently, but, certainly, yeah. Well, that's interesting to know.
Thank you for that, Nick. Toilet Sauce says Germany is seeing a sharp rise in graffiti depicting the Wolf's Angel and other insignia, as well as blue and yellow paint everywhere. I wonder where this comes from.
Well, I'm not surprised, to be honest, but blue and yellow insignia I can understand, but the other is really disturbing.
Pirate Fish says xenophobia runs through Asian cultures while Western cultures tend to be more open. A multipolar world will be very different.
Oh yeah, it would be completely different, very different but let's not idealize our present world either. It's had some pretty awful aspects to it. On balance, I still prefer a multipolar world, and I, take the risk with the xenophobia.
Lavrov said it's going to be a fairer when he was meeting with Wang Yi. A fairer
world, yes.
A fairer world order.
Yeah.
A fair world order. That does have a nice ring. A fair world order.
Yes.
Let's see here. Food is perishable, so the food is always produced in almost the exact amount consumed with an almost year-long lag. If production somewhere drops suddenly, it's almost impossible to compensate.
I know, I agree with that. And I think one of the great problems that we have is that once upon a time, if you talked about the British House of Commons, for example, there were lots of people there who had agricultural backgrounds, farmers and people like that. I think to even greater extent, that was true of the United States in Congress. Certainly in Britain, you don't get hardly any people like that anymore. So I just don't think they have any clue about how food production works, or distribution, or storage, or any of those things. There was an article quite recently in Britain. I think it also found its way onto Zero Hedge
about the fact that there's worries that, fresh produce will start to disappear from British supermarket shelves before very long. Well, we'll see.
Let me just find my place here. Yeah. Pirate Fish says, as a Canadian, we have poor transportation infrastructure. Sending out more resources anytime soon is unlikely.
I don't know about that, but I can believe that too, actually. I mean, this is where, Biden and Ursula von der Leyen and Robert Habeck, these people just don't seem to understand that, it's all very well saying, get Canada to produce more food and send it to Europe. They've got to grow it first, and then they've got to transport it, and then it's got to be stored somewhere.
What?
With energy, and with energy, it's even more.
What are you talking about, Alexander?
Yeah.
I thought it just ends up at the supermarket.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's just produced there. There's some way of magicking up. It's like I don't remember the Star Trek 1 episode when he just presses some buttons and chicken comes out. Yeah,
I thought that's how it works.
That's how it works.
What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking. Grow what? I thought it's in that packaging. I thought it's just pops up in that packaging.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they think, to be quite honest.
But I wouldn't be surprised either.
It wouldn't shock me.
No, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, let's see. Anatoly Levin, History Shows, and ultimate guest Dominic Levin. Yeah. Anatoly Levin and Dominic Levin.
Yeah, Anatole and Dominic Levin. Yeah, very, very two brothers.
I don't know.
Yes. Dominic is a historian. Anatole is a journalist, more a journalist than a historian. But they're brothers, and they're both from a very famous White Russian family. Anatole Levin is a brilliant diplomatic journalist. He's not so good on economics or, by the way, military things. And I think he ought to be a bit more careful about some of the things he says, because, he's a civilian, I'm a civilian. I think he should listen more carefully to what the military people say. But on diplomacy, he's outstanding. And on Russian history, particularly pre-1914 Russian history, Dominic is outstanding as well. And Dominic Levin has written by far the best book anybody has ever written on the War of 1812, the war which defeated Napoleon.
Omega says, do you think Biden is the break right now from this escalating, and the Hunter indictment is the deep state telling him to play along?
This is a view that's been expressed both by Alex and by Robert Barnes, and I think it's quite plausible. What I would say is that, of course, it's also possible that with the Democrats starting to sense that things may start to fall apart before November, bringing up the laptop and all that, and bringing up charges may be a way of getting rid of a president who's becoming not just a liability, but a walking disaster for the Democratic Party. And this decision today to release all that oil from the strategic reserve, to effectively drain it, whilst it's probably intended to, avoid the ultimate disaster in November, it might actually instead intensify it.
Yeah, it's a bad move. Aaron says realrawnews.com for the article on oil reserves. I would have bookmarked that, Aaron, and I will take a look at that. Michael says the crisis, where is it? The crisis of World War II resulted in the formation of the United Nations. This global economic war will result in a more powerful and balanced United Nations.
We'll see, quite possibly. I mean, there's been talk about UN Security Council reform for ages, and in fact, UN reform for ages, and it's always failed because the winners of World War II, primarily the Western powers, have not been keen on it. But a country like India surely ought to be a member of the UN Security, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, at the very least. And that's just India. You can talk about many other things too. Many other countries being properly represented in the system.
Yeah. India should get a spot. Freedom says, what will the likely outcome of sanctions be?
A more resilient Russia. That's what's going to happen. In effect, what the Americans are doing, what the US, what the administration is doing, I don't think it's quite understands it. is that it's forcing Russia to adopt a Hamiltonian approach to its economic policy, because they now have protection forced on them. They had it before with the earlier rounds of sanctions on agriculture and heavy industry, big industry. Now it's going to affect consumer goods. So it's going to be a much more resilient economy going forward, with a much more resilient and independent financial system. That's what it's going to do in the end.
Seabroad Arrow says, while our infrastructure could be improved, the real challenge is the environmental policies that make major construction projects almost impossible. The Keystone XL pipeline stands as an example. Our current environment minister is a former Greenpeace activist. There's your problem there. And policies he is pursuing will result in similar challenges to those faced by Germany currently by limiting our ability to respond.
And the same is true in Germany, because, of course, Robert Habeck, who is the economics minister, still insists on closing all those nuclear power stations.
Mm-hmm. Herding Cats says there are Russian YouTubers in Russia like Baklikov Live in St. Petersburg doing live feeds, if you are curious. Yes, very curious.
Yeah, very curious.
I will definitely check out those live feeds. Absolutely. Lady Cosmica, thank you for your super sticker. And Henry Walker says, Alex once said, old European money got together in St. Moritz and planned the current regime. They're only European in a very loose sense of the word.
That's absolutely correct. That is exactly what happened. I mean, if you're talking about the European financial, whatever it was, which became the WEF, that was exactly that in the 60s. The old money in Europe, which is very, very powerful. They all go on their skiing holidays. They all got together. They all had their chats. Klaus Schwab was one of them. He is one of them. And they formed this idea, which is going to be about integrating Europe. And then, of course, it evolved into this idea of integrating the world. And that's how it started. It is very much a European old money project.
Hmm. And Pirate Fish says Canada ships lots of pork and protein to China.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't know. Yeah.
All right. And where else? Faster and easier in the U.S. to go after Biden with the 25th Amendment rather than impeachment.
I'm sure that's true. But then, of course, you need to get the cabinet to agree, and you need to get doctors to agree, and that might be difficult. Because and that would have to be done by people within the administration.
A lot of people are talking about it. A lot of people are talking about the 25th, to be honest. Andrew Davis says, Fabian Society, League of Nations, EEC agenda has been a socialist totalitarian world since 1884.
Yeah.
Very true. Satoshi Nakamoto, thank you for that super sticker. Fragile says, after the collapse of the EU, it will be Serbia and Hungary against the Third Reich. Haha.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. And very, very well. So Zariel says, Alex and Alex M have a great weekend. You two machines, 4 hours. Yes, we will. Thank you, Zariel. You too have a great weekend. And finally, Alexander, where else do we? Alex, what's with all the cats video bombing your uploads? I don't know. They just keep on popping up. The cats everywhere. Greece has a lot of cats. Alexander will tell you that too. Greece has a lot of cats.
Oh, yes, huge numbers of cats. Absolutely. Yeah. And they're
pretty famous for its cats.
It's very famous for its cats. Yeah, absolutely. Quite. Gosh.
Yeah. Some islands just have cats everywhere. And Leafy Bug, I read the Blinken one. Leafy Bug, Blinken and Sullivan wouldn't frame what they're doing as a war of attrition. We actually read that earlier. And we agree with you. Well, absolutely.
Well, absolutely. We get one thing, a war of attrition, which they're losing. I mean, that for obvious reasons, they don't want a war of attrition. They wanted shock and awe.
Yeah. DJC said, is the non-aligned movement reborn these days?
Oh, good question. I mean, India was the ultimate, core of the non-aligned movement. Maybe it is.
All right, the final two super chats. Alexander, 2 questions. Tristan says, where there is pork gyros, there is hope.
Yeah, quite.
Very true. And very true. And Mona says, why hasn't the gas been turned off in Europe? Deadline has passed.
Oh, I think that what happens is that, when with contracts of this kind, and, there's always a period when people are allowed to make all these arrangements. So to give you an example, you don't just open a bank account at Gazprom Bank. I'm sure there's things to do. I reckon give it 2 weeks, give it 2 or 3 weeks, and we'll see what happens. That's my own personal
They
view.
will all pay.
They will all pay. I agree with that. I think the same.
It won't be publicized, but they will all pay.
They will all pay. Exactly.
That's what I think. All right. That's everything, Alexander. 4 hours plus. Wow. We covered a lot of ground, though.
We did cover a lot of ground, but it was a brilliant live stream. I'm a bit tired. I think I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, perhaps walk my dogs, meet my children, and have a good time that way.
Yeah, you have a video coming up?
Yeah, I have. I actually did it earlier, so it's about the gas for rubles thing, whatever. But I'll send it to you shortly after we finish,
and I will get it up. All right. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you very, very much to our moderators. Lady Cosmica, Valius, Reckless Abandon, Zarael, Alan Watson. Who else? Let me just scroll through and see. That's everybody. Those were our moderators for the day. Right? Yes. I think I got everybody. Thank you very much to our awesome moderators. Thank you to everyone that joined us on Odyssey. Thank you to everyone that joined us on Rumble. Thank you to everyone who joined us on YouTube. And what a great chat that took place on Locals. How's Alexander after the eye treatment? People are asking.
Oh, amazingly better. I mean, I should say again, thanks to everybody who commented about this. But it was a surgery, but it completely corrected the vision in the right eye. And now I can see, and I can even read print, which I wasn't able to before. So it's like being able to see suddenly through a clear window instead of a dark one. Through a glass, it was like through a glass darkly. If anybody knows their King James Bible, they will know the reference. I used to see through a glass darkly, but now I see clear.
Great. On that note, we will end the stream. Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.